morning. Welcome to the first session of Africa Week's co-located workshops on the fourth day of Africa Week. I'm Ann Peterson, research professor in integrated systems design in the College of Engineering here at the University of Michigan, and I will be moderating this session. We're very excited to be part of University of Michigan's Africa Week, celebrating the partnerships beginning more than 50 years ago with institutions and colleagues from almost all countries in Africa, including most fields of study. University of Michigan values co-created and co-implemented partnerships. From my Africa partners, I learned the mutuals for partnerships: mutual respect, mutual responsibility, mutual interest, and mutual benefit. We have an outstanding group of speakers here with us today. Brian Arbic and Eileen Cattell from the University of Michigan, with the other three originally or currently from Africa: Charles Ichoku from Howard University, George Philander of Princeton University and University of Cape Town, and Lila Gifty Akita, University of Ghana. Our topic is extremely important for science and innovation partnerships: the importance of networks for US-Africa STEM collaborations. STEM fields are driven by networks. The research on networks suggests that they speed research knowledge sharing and are especially effective when they extend more broadly and diversely. Networks have proven to be highly effective for advancing research between minority world countries such as the US and majority world countries such as those in Africa. All participants gain from those networks. In addition, research suggests that younger scholars, both students, which we emphasize in this session, and early career scholars benefit even more than senior scholars. We believe that Africa is central to the most important scientific questions of our times, including pandemics such as COVID-19, climate change, among others. We're excited to be sharing information from several US-Africa networks. I've asked panelists to share fun facts about themselves and begin by offering mine. As you have likely noticed, I love African art, including wearable art. We have 5 presenters on this panel, so we'll proceed through the presentations, leaving time at the end for questions. You may enter your questions in the Q&A. Our first presenter is Brian Arbic, who will speak to a STEM core to strengthen US-African education and research collaborations. Brian is a professor in the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of Michigan. And Brian's fun fact is that while the rest of us in Michigan are in extremely cold weather now, where he grew up is even colder in the Upper Peninsula. Brian.
Thanks very much, Ann, and thanks so much for having me. Let me see, I'm going to try to share my screen. I think that's working. Can everyone see my screen? Okay. All right. So yes, I'm going to speak about an idea for a STEM core to strengthen US and African education and research collaborations. And that is based upon our experience with the Coastal Ocean Environment Summer School in Ghana, COSING, and the website is here. And this picture in the background is from the 2018 Ghana Summer School in Oceanography. So what led us to this point, and what can be learned from that journey about how to expand such efforts? Well, I'm a product of the University of Michigan. I got my bachelor's degree here a long time ago. And after I graduated, I joined the Peace Corps. And some of you may know that JFK announced his idea of the Peace Corps on the steps of the University of Michigan Student Union during a campaign stop. And by coincidence, when I came back to Michigan as a faculty member, it was in 2010, right around the time that everyone was preparing to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Peace Corps. A remarkable coincidence for me and it matters for the story in a bit. So first, I'd just like to talk about why the Peace Corps worked for someone like me. It provided infrastructure so that someone like me, a recent college graduate who wanted to go to Africa, was able to do it. Peace Corps was a huge adventure for me for lots of reasons that you can probably imagine. But going on my own would have been too much of an adventure and a logistical challenge to pull off. If I had had to pick a school to teach at and figure out how I was going to get paid and kept healthy and all that stuff, I just wouldn't have been able to do it most likely. So the point is, it provided infrastructure to get someone like me over there to engage and to hopefully help out a little bit. And that will be important to my idea of a STEM Corps. So here's a picture of me with some of the students that I taught. There I am in the middle, and the arrows are pointing at some of the students I knew particularly well, especially Joseph Ansong. Now, there was no internet back then, and so after I left, pretty quickly, I lost touch with everyone that I knew in Ghana. And 16 years went by, and then because the internet was more common at that point, they started writing me and saying, how are you doing? This is how we're doing. And I found out that Joseph Ansong was getting a PhD with someone I know in Canada in a field that was close to mine, so networks. So by total coincidence, we had ended up in similar fields. These are the first emails that we exchanged after 16 years of no contact. Here's a picture of me when I brought him to Michigan for that 50th Peace Corps anniversary. And then I hired him into my laboratory, and he worked there for several years before returning to Ghana as a faculty member. We still collaborate together on this school that I'll talk about and other things. And Michigan did some stories about our reunion. Here's a picture of him in my group shortly before he returned to Ghana. Well, with Joseph in our lab, we decided we did want to start this oceanography summer school. It alternates between Regional Maritime University, which trains people for maritime careers such as shipping, and University of Ghana, where Lila Gifty Akita is from. They have a marine science department that she's in. So the first year we went, it was pretty small. We were just figuring things out. We only had 4 people from the US, including Joseph and another person, Ebenezer, originally from Ghana. We only gave lectures, and the number of African participants was also fairly small. And then one of my colleagues, Adam Simon, said, hey, I'd like to go to Africa, and I think University of Michigan has some pots of funding we could tap into, including from the Africa Studies Center, that could help us expand the school. And that worked. So for a couple of years, we were funded by various pots from University of Michigan. And that allowed us to greatly expand the school to 15 Americans, including 6 Michigan students, and about 100 Africans. And with all that extra energy, we expanded what we were doing, not just lectures, but trips to the beach and laboratory exercises. And then we keep expanding. The following year, we took boat trips and the students deployed instruments. And the year after that, we had one-on-one research projects. And the year after that, we had more of these research projects, and people presented their results. Many of them said it was the first time they'd been able to do such a presentation. So we have a page of testimonials on the impact of the school. There's lots of people on there from the US and Africa. I'll just highlight a couple of them. Nefertiti Smith is now a PhD student at UC Irvine, but the first time she came to our school, she was an undergraduate at a historically Black college and university called Hampton. And she said, people of color need to be represented in the scientific community. Global issues require people around the world to work together. The most important takeaway I learned from this program is that it is possible. And so she's still working with us on the school, and we're thrilled to have her. And here's a testimonial from Ogun Sola, a participant from Nigeria, who said, working in the research project track was a turning point. Really enjoyed working with the tutor, Maddie Foster Martinez, a young scientist in New Orleans. And they modeled the trend in sea level rise, made a presentation, benefited immensely. So we have, again, a lot of testimonials that this school is working for people. Now, of course, in 2020, we had to go virtual because of COVID. And so we have lots of pictures like this. Here's George Philander, who's going to be talking later in this panel. We had workshops on African perspective on global warming. That's from George. Women in STEM, that was led by Aline Cotel, who will be talking later in this panel. And we used YouTube and Slack and stuff like that. We still managed to pull off a school with lots of participants despite COVID. Well, so many people have worked to make this school possible. And just to give you an idea, so these are the two institutions we work with in Ghana. And these people listed are our main collaborators and co-organizers. Lila Gifty Akita, who will be speaking later, is one of them. And red means that they've participated more than once. So we have a core of regular participants and organizers. And then from the global north, from 2015 to 19, we have lots of people, faculty, research scientists, postdocs, grad students, undergrads. Again, red means more than once, lots of regular participants. And these folks here are people who change jobs once or twice as they participated in our school. All right, so they came because the school existed. This is the analogy to the Peace Corps. Many of these Global North participants had never been to Africa before participating in the school. And if they had to make the school from scratch, it probably wouldn't have happened. But if the school exists, then it's relatively easy for them to participate, and they do it. So again, that's the analogy to the Peace Corps. You need a few people to set things up, and then it will draw lots of interest. And when you go online, that's even more the case, because then people can participate a few hours online. They don't need to travel. So we got a whole bunch more people from the global north, including George and George Philander and Charles Achoku, who will both be speaking later today. So every time I talk about the Ghana School, more people ask to join. Especially young scientists in the US and Europe are super interested in doing something like this. And people from other countries would like to host summer schools. We have Nigerians and Jamaicans saying they really want it. The interest is there for expansion, and I think you need a unifying concept. And so my pitch for that is a STEM core. If you had something like a STEM core, like a Peace Corps, but at a research level, then what we're doing with the Ghana School could be multiplied many times over. You could have 10 oceanography schools around the world, 20. Just depends on funding. That part maybe you could call an ocean core, and that concept has been accepted by the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which has just started. But more generally, go beyond oceanography, material science, renewable energy, data science, public health. You could call that a STEM core. And I'm almost done. I would say that networks that also serve groups that are underrepresented in the US would be more likely to attract substantial US funding. We're already collaborating with Howard. Charles is evidence of that, and also Hampton. And my last slide, I think the benefits of a STEM core, if we could establish something like this, you just get so many more people engaged in working in places like Africa. You'd lower the activation barrier for busy STEM researchers to participate, internationalize the US research community, get people interested in capacity development, diversify the global STEM community, and perhaps most importantly, develop real collaborations between the US and global South. We have publications already coming out of what we're doing in Ghana, for instance. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Brian. Really a very exciting idea. And I should note that Brian Arbic and Aline Cotel organized this session. Brian kindly thanked me, but I want to be sure that they receive the credit for putting together this outstanding session. Our next presenter is Charles Achoku, who is Professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences, Department of Interdisciplinary Studies, Distinguished Scientist in the NOAA Cooperative Science Center in Atmospheric Sciences and Meteorology. And he's from Howard University. Charles is speaking about networks of observations and scientists for Environmental and Climate Research in Africa. And his fun fact is that taking both his names, Charles Ichoku, he has all the letters of the alphabet in the correct order. Charles.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all see my screen. So I'm going to be talking about networks of observations and scientists for environmental research in Africa. The image you're looking at is a satellite image that shows the hurricane Isaias that we heard about some time ago, traveling from Africa to the United States. So there are many connections between these two continents. So my interest in actually conducting, well, before I started at Howard University about 2.5 years ago, I spent 20 years at NASA. So one time I saw this publication here that you see at the top, where the rain band across this middle part of Africa was broad, was very wide in the pre-industrial era, and then had narrowed to a very narrow band in the 1980s and moving forward to now. So there was a title that, although we have been scratching our heads thinking about climate change, a lot of people died during the droughts of the 1970s and 1980s. So this attracted my attention, and I thought I need to do something scientifically in Africa. So you will see this lake Chad here in the very center of this northern part of Africa. So in the 60s and 70s, that lake was full of water. Then it suddenly, during the drought era, dried significantly, and you have only this little segment, this little pool of water here in the southern part, and it has not recovered even up till now. So in order to engage and start some scientific engagement with Africans in Africa, I contacted some of our colleagues, and I was introduced to this organization called WASCAL. It's a climate organization, funded by the German government, but it's located it's taking care of West Africa. There's a similar organization in Southern Africa. So I reached out to these organizations in order to collaborate with them in carrying out research to try to diagnose what's happening with the rain situation and other climate influences in Africa, West Africa being one of them. We conducted research funded by NASA over several years, and during that time, I had some interchange with we as a group now, because we wrote a proposal, myself and several other people from various institutions here in the United States to NASA, and we were funded. So we conducted a very intensive research during something like 6-7 years. And during that time, we had a lot of exchanges. You will see one of the occasions where we received visiting scientists from African institutions who are affiliated with WASCAL here at NASA Goddard, where I was at the time. Toward the end of that engagement, we organized a capacity building workshop. We were funded by COSPAR. We submitted a proposal. So I called in 3 other people from the US. You will see them here, 3 from Europe and 2 from West Africa. And we coordinated a capacity building workshop for people around West Africa. Here are many graduate students and professors from West Africa who attended that conference from about 9 countries of West Africa. I'm still in communication with some of those students who graduated. Many of them are now postdocs and doing other things. So during that period, we decided to, we were looking for, because we were using satellite data and modeling to study the various phenomena related to the environmental change and the impacts on the water cycle. We did not have much ground-based observations to validate what we were doing, or to even initialize the models. So we decided to set up a few observations on the ground. We went to the Lake Chad Basin, set up a few weather stations, soil moisture probes, and groundwater meters. And when we said the first one, if you see the picture on the top right here on the right side, the first time we set up this automated weather station in Chad, that was the first of its kind in Central Africa. So it was a big news, and the news people, the TV people came and filmed us and interviewed us here, as you can see here. So we set up just a few of them, not too many, 6 stations to collect data. Those measurements are still there going on and collecting observations. So some of our reasons for doing that were to use the measurements to initialize, parameterize our models, and to understand the situation in the Lake Chad Basin, what's going on there. Based on what we understand there, we can then go forward and understand the processes and the the exchange of energy and water cycle in that region, the interactions and feedbacks. We utilize what we learned there to study the entire region. And then we use the measurements as well to validate and evaluate our models. So something you see here is what the map you're looking at is, these are the hurricane tracks from the 1800s to the present. You will see the Atlantic hurricane tracks. You will see that most of them start at the, up the coast of West Africa and head toward the United States. So this is a very great link. So we wanted to, we know that forecasters need to improve the predictions of these hurricanes, but there is great need for ground-based measurements. So in order to do that, we have submitted a proposal, which is still being reviewed now at NSF, to try to enhance the models that forecast hurricanes by establishing some ground-based networks here. So during that proposal development, we collaborate with a lot of institutions in West Africa. Brian is part of that proposal. And so we're still waiting and hoping that it will be selected so we can go there and densify the ground-based observations that can help us to better predict hurricanes crossing the Atlantic to come to the United States and the Caribbean. So this is a map of what some of what exists there at the moment, but they do not have the vertical profiling capability at the moment. So that's what we are proposing, to add some ground-based observations, but also at these sites where you see the aircraft, we want to launch balloons to profile the atmosphere, and also put some LiDARs to actually, it's called ceilometer, to look at the vertical profile of the atmosphere, which will help us to improve the modeling. Now we went into another, we are studying the coastal regions of West Africa. So we have created recently what we call a U.S. West Africa Atlantic Coastal Resilience Research Consortium. So it's a group of, we have monthly meetings to brainstorm and talk and plan and strategize on various kinds of opportunities and collaborative research activities that we can engage in together. So basically how do you say, the bottom line is that it's not easy to do, to make an effective impact in research, especially things relating to climate and regional phenomena by yourself. We need networks of not only scientists, but also ground-based observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Very exciting set of collaborations on extremely important topics. Our next speaker is George Philander, who's Professor Emeritus, Princeton University and University of Cape Town. And he's going to be talking about using global warming to promote interest in STEM. But first I have to tell you his fun fact, which is a little long. Stay with me. In the summer of 1967, he joined his advisor at UCLA for sabbatical And at the next desk was a beautiful woman from Argentina who spoke Spanish, and between George with he came from South Africa, his accent, they could not communicate. A few months later, when he was ready to go back, he asked her to join him in going back to Boston with him. She said only if they would get married. So they did. 53 years later, his lesson learned for life is that it's good to make spontaneous decisions. So spontaneous George, take it away.
Thank you, Anne. Let me start with a picture, which is a quote from an essay that Abraham Flexner wrote in 1939. And he starts out this essay saying, "Is it not a curious fact that in a world steeped in irrational hatreds, which threaten civilization itself, men and women, old and young, detach themselves from the angry current of daily life to devote themselves to the cultivation of beauty. To the extent,
George, we
yes?
can't see your slides.
Oh, you cannot. I have to press a button somewhere. Oh, okay. Is that better?
Do you see the share screen at the bottom? The green
I just
minus.
pressed that, yeah.
Okay, we're not seeing it yet. There we go.
Okay. Okay, I was reading that sentence basically, and he concludes that although some people devote themselves to the cultivation of beauty, to the extension of knowledge, to the cure of disease, just as though fanatics were not simultaneously engaged in spreading pain, ugliness, and suffering. Now, this opening sentence of Flexner's article in 1939 is as relevant today as it was then. But the problems we currently face are very different from a world war between opposing forces. One of the big problems we face is global warming, and it's a consequence of our collective activities. To do something about global warming, we have to address ethical questions beyond the scope of science. For example, what is the appropriate balance between our obligation to future generations and our responsibilities to those suffering today, those living in abject poverty?
George, could you put your slides in presentation mode?
You cannot see them?
We can see them, but just put it. Yeah, you just need to start yeah. There you go. Perfect.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, my main point is that science has severe limitations, that it can tell you how things work, but it cannot tell you how to live your life. And when Galileo got into argument with the Pope, he pointed out to the Pope that science tells us how the heavens go, but not how to go to heaven. And the world of science is a very cold, calculating one. If you tell me that 2 + 2 is equal to 5, and I insist that 2 + 2 is equal to 3, we can split the difference and get the right answer. But that is not how science works. Science has strict rules, and for that reason is profoundly different from the world of human affairs, where compromise is a requisite, compassion is a virtue. A response to global warming has to bridge this gulf between the two worlds and requires that everyone should have some familiarity with the powerful methods of science and with its severe limitations. And that is why global warming is an ideal vehicle for an introduction to STEM. Our current strategy for dealing with global warming is proving inadequate. The focus on imminent gloom and doom and on adaptation and mitigation of disasters causes children to get depressed, adults to feel hopeless. To tell those helpless, to tell those living in abject poverty that the future will be worse is cruel. we should be responsible stewards of planet Earth and take care of planet Earth, not out of fear of disasters, but because of love for our remarkable planet. This is the only one known to be habitable. So the first step is to remind everyone of what astronaut Alan Shepard said when he first saw the Earth from the moon. And his comment was the one, you can read it on the right-hand side, and I have it obscured by something. But anyway, the key point is that when he first looked at the Earth from the moon, he cried. And it's a very moving picture. It tells you that we living on this fragile spaceship with a very precious cargo, and we traveling through inhospitable space. We receive nothing but sunlight. And so the question that this picture poses is, how does Earth maintain a climate that permits us to flourish, especially our species? For an answer, we should inspect Earth's glorious diversity of climatic zones. And what you see in this picture, you see jungles and deserts, tundra, and you also see that the ocean is divided into climatic zones. And what ties them together is recycling. Each of us, including the lady with the dog here on the beach in Cape Town, we inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. Where we get the oxygen is we depend on plants. Plants do the reverse. The plants absorb carbon dioxide and they provide us with oxygen. And in the same way that each climatic zone in this picture has very distinctive plants, animals, nonetheless, they're all connected. And it's because of this recycling. Everything gets recycled: water, oxygen, carbon dioxide. In effect, no man is an island. We are all interdependent. We can only take care of the planet collectively through cooperation. For several years now, Brian and I have organized Earth Science workshops, he in Ghana, myself in South Africa, and it's intended for undergraduates to persuade them to continue with graduate studies. These workshops are remarkably successful, judging by student evaluations, mainly because of a great diversity of students from different economic and social backgrounds are encouraged to question and to challenge assumptions about the amazing world around them. To that end, the docents and leaders of field trip are also students or young faculty members, and they encourage the students to question, to challenge. The workshops are very successful, but unfortunately accommodate relatively few students. In the case of South Africa, there are now 6 a year, each attended by 30 students. We'd like to increase this number significantly, and we propose to offer workshops online and to focus on the global climate change everybody experiences, namely the seasons. The splendid NASA picture you see there is but a snapshot of a panorama that changes with great regularity. Summer is warmer than winter. If you ask most people why that's the case, they don't know. To answer that question, students in Accra and Cape Town, under the guidance of Brian's student, Joseph Ansong, is now a professor, and Carl Palmer in Cape Town, the students in those 2 cities will exchange data such as the length of their shadows at noon, the temperature at noon, over a period that covers a solstice or an equinox. You can imagine what an introduction this will be to the reasons for the seasons. The students will exchange videos to discover how different their seasons are. The seasonal cycle in Ghana is very, very different from the one in Cape Town. Is it possible for students, just by means of the web, to find out? Our hope is that this project will motivate similar projects in other pairs of cities. One can imagine any number of cities across the globe chosen on the basis of that map. So I would very much appreciate any suggestions you may have. In conclusion, I have a picture, or a group of pictures that gives you an idea of what goes on in Cape Town. It's just a beautiful city. This is the island where Mandela was imprisoned for more than 20 years. That's the view we had. Cape Town is built around this mountain, and its diversity is enormous in plants, also in people. Some live in slums. This one just literally over there has no running water, no electricity. It's Skyleche. Several 100,000 people live there. On the other hand, this is the affluent part of Cape Town. The people live in those fancy apartments. Many of them own yachts. It's quite possible that in our workshop, the students coming down Table Mountain over here, they go up with balloons, thermometers, the balloons expand and so forth. It's quite possible that this girl over there or this one here is from this part of town, and that the one next to her is from that part of town. And this experience is an enormous one, makes a huge impression on the children. Under apartheid, this would not have been possible. If you do go to Cape Town, I would submit that one of the biggest rewards is to discover the plants, that the world's plant kingdom, as the world's plants are divided into 6 kingdoms. Cape Town has one all to itself. Here you see some of those. So I'd appreciate any suggestions as to how Brian and I can increase the number of groups participating in this discovery of why we have seasons, why summer is warmer than winter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George, for that inspiring presentation. Our next speaker is one of those who organized this session, Eileen Cattell, who's the Arthur F. Thurnau Professor in Civil and Environmental Engineering and the Program in Environment at the University of Michigan. She's an honorary professor in civil engineering at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, South Africa, and a faculty advisor for international programs in engineering. And her fun fact is that she's a weaver who loves African textiles. Eileen.
Thank you, Anne. So I will share my screen and we'll get going. So I'm going to follow the previous speaker and talk about increasing diversity also in STEM, but from a gender perspective. And so some of the work I've been doing is trying to increase the number of women in engineering and science in general. So I'll just mention a few networks that I've been involved with, going from students-based network to more academic and professional network. So the first one that's really dear to my heart, and it really started my involvement with Africa at the University of Michigan, was LSWE, which is a Liberian Society of Women Engineers. And that really started through a grant that the University of Michigan had from USAID that was to help rebuild the higher education system in Liberia, both in engineering and agriculture. And the students that participated in summer camps and so on, help teaching in the summer, they really started brainstorming with their Liberian counterpart, and they decided that they wanted to create some kind of professional organization focused on women. The women at the University of Liberia felt they didn't really have a good place to mentor each other and create a community. And so the students really started this from the ground up, and it started in 2013. They decided to use SWE, which is the Society for Women Engineers, as the professional umbrella. And so when they created the student chapter, it actually was the first student chapter of SWE in Africa. And one of the other components that we leveraged to get funding and get things going was also thinking about engineering education. And the idea is really to benefit both community of students, both the U of M students as well as the Liberian students, and to create this community across borders, not just in Liberia, but really having this equal partnership in the professional organization. So what ensued from that is creating an annual camp. So as you can see from the date, we started in 2013, 2014 was Ebola. So our first camp was delayed. And so, but we've had a physical camp in Liberia every summer after that, except of course with COVID, we had a virtual camp in 2020, probably 2021 as well. But the idea of this leadership camp is to bring both sets of students together It includes students from the University of Liberia, but not only. So other students around Monrovia, students that can from Cottington University, which is a little bit further. Everybody's welcome to the camp. The camp is started by the students, and so they the grad students are the mentor for the undergrad, but they design the workshop, they teach the workshop. The Liberian students are also involved in teaching. At the beginning of this whole enterprise, there was a lot of work going into the student organization part, because our SWE chapter at U of M, both undergrad and grad, are just outstanding, and they're super organized. So they were helping the Liberian SWE understand the structure, being able to leverage resources, creating outreach activities, and so on. So since then, we've shifted the focus a little bit more on academic and professional development skills. There's lots of mentoring opportunities, as I mentioned, and we also try to help the Liberian students apply for graduate school. So far, just a few deliverables from this. We've published some peer-reviewed conference proceedings. There's other manuscripts in preparation. We've had Liberian students come to the annual SWE conference in the US, as well as the Engineering Education Annual Conference. And we had our first LSWE students admitted to U of M in a master's program last year, but with COVID, she's delayed her admission. And when talking to Professor Ophelia Weeks, who used to be the former president of the University of Liberia, she thought we had an impact with eHealth in doubling the number of female engineering students at the University of Liberia. So this is just one model where the students really created the structure. I've just been an advisor. I just watched them do their magic, and they're just outstanding. And so I just wanted to switch gear a little bit and talk about a different kind of model, where this is, I was a co-founder of this Women Water Nexus, which goal is to create research collaboration between scholars from all over the place. And I just wanted to mention this because the way this works is really leveraging existing resources to be able to bring scholars from other places. So we've had 3 women from Jordan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, receive a Visiting International Fellow Award through an ASC, so American Society of Civil Engineers conference. And so we were trying to be organized and compete for those. So I think having the Nexus help those women apply for those awards was really helpful and productive. And then beyond going to the conference, we each organized, so leveraging our own universities, we were able to offer seminars and offer meetings with other scholars in their respective fields. So they really could get a good impact from their visit for the annual meeting. And that's some of the things that have ensued from that are courses being taught in Jordan between University of Washington and Just in Jordan, and students from University of Washington and Just are working together on projects. We've had some NSF Peers grant funded and some publication. The main publication is really to explain the framework. But that's been really productive, even though focused on research. And just a couple more. My goal is to just going to show some existing network, and then we can brainstorm also when we have the Q&A, but just looking at different models. So this is one network that's close to my heart. We started this about 10 years ago. This is my research area. I'm in fluid dynamics, and typically there's very few women. And 10 years ago at breakfast, there's 6 of us, and we're like, we should really do something about this. And so we started creating this annual luncheon. And the idea is really to network and create a community for the women in fluid mechanics. And we welcome men, as long as we're all trying to promote women and visibility of people's work in our community. And if we increase our membership from the 7 of us at breakfast 10 years ago to hundreds of people, it's now an integral part of the annual meeting of the Division of Fluid Dynamics, American Physical Society. And mentoring is a big deal, but also trying to also make sure that job opportunities on everybody's radar. And this particular network is really focusing on mentoring from undergrad, interested in the field, to senior women in academia, industry, national lab. And some of the impact we hope we can see is that just looking at the number of fellows in our division, that we used to, prior to 2018, would have 0 or 1 woman once in a while get recognized as a fellow. And since 2018, we've had half of the fellows being women. So I think it really helps bring visibility to the work of the Women in Network. I'll just mention, I probably be careful with time here, but a couple of the organizations that the students and the faculty that participate in coacing that Brian mentioned at the beginning are more focused on physical oceanography. And I think the main theme from all these different organizations like Empower Us Swims is the mentoring aspect and creating a community for women in science and engineering. And so by creating this community, I think we can really help mentor and increase the participation of women in our fields. So in terms of next step, I just chose those three to go a little deeper to show that there's really a wide range of model that we can choose from. And I think, we don't need to recreate the wheel. We can also leverage what's existing and really encourage African scholars to become member of those organizations. And I think if some of them require fees, there's always the issue of funding, but we can also create a structure where there's fee waivers for African scholars, for example. I mean, as we've been zooming around for the last year or so, and I think it was mentioned by Charles, we can leverage virtual workshop and meeting, but I'm for one really enjoy meeting people in person. So I think virtual meetings are great, but we've been talking about trying to use coacing as an anchor to create a physical workshop and meeting in West Africa the next time we offer coacing in person. Some of the things I want to also work on is partnership with European entities so we can increase access to other institutions besides just US-based institution. And that's already been mentioned, so that we're all working on those type of things. And some of the things I just wanted to wrap up with is that our students, our U of M students, get super excited when they go to Liberia, for example, and work on the workshop, and they really want their Liberian friends to come to U of M for graduate school. But then it gets really hard. So some of the students now, I think we're getting a pipeline where students can be admitted, but the cost of attending U of M for a master's is really prohibitive. And I think that's some of the brainstorming that needs to happen also on this side, is how we can, help students, especially for masters, because for PhD, we have the fully funded model, so that's not applied, but it's very hard for an African student to be able to manage the cost of a master's at a place like U of M. So that's some of the thing I think we can work on, and we can talk more in the Q&A at this point. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eileen. A topic near and dear to my heart, and you have so many important examples. The last speaker among our panels is Dr. Lila Gifty Akita, who is a lecturer in the Department of Marine and Fisheries Science at the University of Ghana. She's going to be speaking about Network of African Women in Marine Science. Networks are necessary. Lila, welcome. Lila, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, good.
Okay, the professors have spoken, and I would like to start with a quote by Isaac Newton. If I have seen further, it is by standing upon the shoulders of the giant. I've met Brian several times during the summer school, that's COSI. He talks about COSI. And I've also met Professor Philander and Ichuku and some of the panelists during the last summer. Networks are very necessary. Why? We are talking about network of African women in marine science. Marine science is a really multidisciplinary area, and the science of marine is dominated by men. We want to know how could we help young women in marine science, and my colleague and I, Dr. Edem Mao. So there are a lot of network, but why is network essential, or why is network needed? Network is needed for career connections, for scientific community to appreciate cultural diversity in our society, for collaborations. These are the essence of network. Network is also important for career development. to create job opportunities, for sharing information. With the African Network of Marine Science, it is yet to be developed. We want to encourage young women to pursue marine science. We want to empower young women in Africa to get involved. We want to act as a role models or mentoring for young people in Africa. There are lots of networks which we would like to share. For instance, Professor Kotel talked about Society for Women in Marine Science. We have just joined the Society for Women in Marine Science during last year's summer school, was the virtual one. We want to connect with them so that together we can develop the network for African women in marine science. There are a lot of networks which you can read about. There is a network of women in marine science, Women Marine Scientists by UNESCO, Women in Ocean Science, Leading Women in Marine Science, Women in Marine Science and Technology. You can also join Association of Marine Science and Limnology and Oceanography. You can also read about Pioneer Women in Oceanography or Women in Oceanography. There's also an organization for women's science for the developing country. You can also be part of a member. There's also an association known as the African Academy Award. Women can get involved. There's also the World Academy of Sciences, which young people can join. So there are a series of networks, and we want to share this information with our young women in marine science in Africa, starting from West Africa. I am a member of Nippon Foundation Partnership for Observation of Global Oceans. It's a network. I'm alumni, and you can also be part of it. I'm also alumni for International Max Planck Research School for Global Biochemical Cycles. So there are lots of networks, there's a lot of links which we can join to increase women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to solve societal problems, which is interdiscipline, which involves interdiscipline or critical thinking. The call is ours to act now with the international community. Man does not live in isolation. We must work together as a community. So to conclude, I quote Mariam Michelle. It says that no woman should say, I am but a woman, but a woman. What more can you ask to be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lila. So we've now had 5 presentations. I applaud every panelist for being very sensitive to time. So we now have plenty of time for questions. And I don't see any yet in the Q&A. Whoop, one just popped up. What specific lessons can we, students and scholars in the humanities and social sciences, learn from STEM fields' rich collaborative tradition? And this person is a anthropologist. This is Semeni Gebrimariam. I probably have butchered that name. It sounds Ethiopian to me. So thank you very much for the question. Who would like to go first in responding to that? What can social scientists and humanists learn from the physical sciences and engineering?
Well,
Go ahead, George.
I think, you know, we in the sciences and the physical sciences, particularly areas having to do with the environment, we have no choice. We cannot do it by ourselves. It's not like we can go into our study and just sit down and write a poem and circulate and everybody will enjoy it. We have to get together, work together, each one bringing their expertise and even sometimes their real human power to put to work to accomplish things. So I think also for the social scientists and the people in the humanities, it would be a good thing to collaborate, to work, if nothing else, to sensitize the rest of the world, the people who are not experts in their field, as to what they are doing, and even encourage young people to come into that field, and also to help to educate other people to appreciate some of the things that even physical scientists do. So I am the distinguished scientist of a NOAA-funded center, which is a consortium of several universities led by Howard to train people, to train graduate students and undergraduates in areas of interest to NOAA, which includes weather forecasting and severe weather and other things like that. So we involve social scientists in this program. So they help us to develop ways to communicate, forecasts and other things for the public to understand it better and to respond better. So we need to work together, even between physical scientists and social scientists, to advance society. Let me stop here.
Wonderful, thank you. Go ahead, Aline.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to add, I think one thing that's worked for us, so in fluid dynamics in my field, it's not always as much collaboration as Charles mentioned, but the key has been leveraging annual meetings. So if you go a typical conference and then even starting as a small group and building that and see where it goes, that could be a good way to try to create, the start of a network just by leveraging the conferences. So I just wanted to add that.
Great suggestion. I think we heard, going back to the question about engaging humanities and social sciences, George, I think you did an excellent job of weaving many sayings and readings that inspire, help lead to inspiration. And I think your whole point was that we're not going to get the acceptance and of dealing with climate change, for example, unless we inspire everyone. Did you want to add a comment to the question?
Yes, I do. First, I entirely endorse everything my colleagues just said, but I think Lila mentioned Newton saying that he's still on the shoulders of giants. Science has a pyramid structure, and it's a very undemocratic activity. A few people, we are fortunate, all of us, to be scientists. We live, everybody would like to live the way we do. If it hadn't been for the virus, we'd be jet setting, we'd probably all now be in Ghana and so forth. But we're heavily dependent on a solid base. And unless we have people interested in science, even though they're not going to be scientists, we're going to flounder. What happened worldwide in this past year, especially, not just in Africa, in the US and Europe, is the public seems to have lost faith in science. And it's really our job to install that. I'll just give one, what I consider example. When Mandela became president of South Africa in the early 90s, he was faced with the immigration of something like 1 million people. They were all highly educated, practically all white, all young. And South Africa today faces a very serious problem. The parents of those people stayed behind, they're retiring, and there's no replacement in sight at South African universities for them. We simply have to encourage. So what Mandela did to stop the exodus, he chose a peculiar field, as opposed to a common. He chose sports. There was a World Cup in rugby taking place in 1992 in South Africa. And he decided that he could unify his country if the rugby team would win the title. And in South Africa, rugby is a complicated game in that it's idolized by white people and detested by black people. Black people, their sport is soccer with a round ball. White people play with the oblong ball. And so Mandela had a tough time trying to persuade the black population to participate in this game. And there's an interesting movie, Invictus, that Clint Eastwood made about that event. And what Mandela did was to democratize rugby. He had the rugby players, the well-known ones, go to the slums, teach the game. Unless you know the rules of the game, unless you know the star players, you know the strategies, you cannot take an interest. At the moment, we've lost our base. We've lost the public who should be supporting science. Many of them won't wear masks. I mean, they simply do not understand really basic elements of science. What I would like to see, everybody should know why summer is warmer than winter. Everybody should know why our planet is habitable. It's because we are interdependent that it's habitable. We depend on each other. And until we can make the public aware of that, we're not going to succeed in attracting more people to science. The few of us who've succeeded, we indeed standing on the shoulders of giants. Many of those giants are not scientists, but they are strong supporters of science. So I want to emphasize that in addition to forming groups and so forth, we really have an obligation to be in contact with laymen, to explain to them, this is the most amazing planet. It's the only one known to be habitable. We should at least know why it is habitable. I hate to say this, I certainly don't understand the excitement about going to Mars or looking for life on some distant planet, maybe light years away, when we can't take care of this one. So anyway, this is basically a plea to democratize science the way Mandela might democratize rugby.
Wonderful example. Thank you, George. We now have many questions in the Q&A. So I'm going to try to go through them in order. One colleague asked about extending summer schools to East Africa and Uganda. All of our examples were West Africa. How will we expand these networks? I think Eileen mentioned one way to get involved, and that's through scientific societies that are international or regional. But what other suggestions would you have for how to expand these networks to other parts of Africa? Who wants to take that? Ryan, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I would like to say something on that one. And thanks for the question, Stephen. So, you know, that's the STEM core idea that I have. And, you know, is that, so the questioner actually asked specifically about Uganda, as I recall. So if you had someone in Uganda that said, I would like to have a summer school in materials science, let's just make that up. And then they had a partner at a, say, a US institution, then if a STEM core existed, then that was well funded, then they could set up a school under that umbrella. And part of my idea is it's kind of an efficiency thing, that there's all kinds of great ideas that people want to have this school on this topic here and this school on that topic here. I could be wrong, but I imagine if you went to a funder and said, we have to change the world, we need hundreds of these things, instead of trying to get 100 different small individual grants, just get someone to say, we need hundreds of these kinds of things, and set up a structure. And then you just have to have partners. You have to have one partner in Africa and one partner, say, in the US, and then of course lots of enthusiastic others to join. But you know, a couple champions who will do most of the organizational work, and then others that join, and then you just take off. I hope that makes sense. And I think it comes into another comment on funding, that, you know, funding is a huge barrier. For sure, funding is a huge barrier. Again, I could be wrong, but I think if you found the right, you know, billionaire who said, I want to change the world by funding lots of these things, then that might be more efficient than each of us trying our smaller efforts individually.
Yes, and that's what's wonderful about the STEM core ideas. It's a general model, that can be used in many fields. Funding has been mentioned by a couple of the questioners and certainly was raised by, I think, every single panelist. It's a big, big issue. You know, I have some ideas about funding. I think Africa Week was set up to help share the outstanding things going on between University of Michigan and Africa that require funding. I think there are many ideas that you've presented. One of the things that in my experience, funders frequently like is supporting fellows, scholars, fellowships. And there were many ideas for that. And there are many, many networks and organizations. Panelists, Dr. Akita has been sharing some networks with the panelists that exist. So there are many opportunities for people to join networks, but specifically the questions about funding pertain to research funding as well as funding for these kinds of collaborations. I think some of you mentioned where you've gotten funding from the US National Science Foundation, but are there other ideas that we should be sharing in addition to the idea of identifying individual donors? Go ahead, Aline.
I mean, I mentioned a little bit master's students. To me, this is, I think, when we talk about research, and I think there's definitely always a need for PhD at some extent, but I think master's students would come from Africa could really benefit going back, really benefit the continent, and would benefit us as well, I think, and our students. And so I think thinking about creative model of tuition waivers, I don't know if you can say tuition waive, having some structure like this, I think would really be helpful. And Ophelia Weeks from University of Liberia had a system with Florida International in university where University of Liberia would pay the stipend of a student, but FIU would waive the tuition, and students would be just admitted, no, just straight on. But then having the collaboration between the two institutions to help provide some funding for living for the students once in the US, and having the US institution waive the tuition. I think that was an interesting model, and it seems it was working. I mean, that was put in a few years ago. I don't know the numbers or anything, but I think U of M could potentially do something like this. I don't know how scalable this is, but to try to get the pipeline going and have those students go back to their country, I think we need to think about also the students, not just the research funding as well, I guess.
That's an excellent suggestion, that the partnerships created by the University of Michigan could include some funding mechanisms that would stimulate the back and forth activity. That's a great idea that we should do something with. Any other suggestions on this topic of funding? Go ahead, George.
Yeah, I mean, I sound a bit like a contrarian. We all regret the inability to get together physically and see each other, but we shouldn't overlook that one of the small advantages of the virus is made us aware of the power of Zoom and meeting in groups, even when we're very far apart. And I think it is a brand new opportunity for education that we shouldn't neglect, that we can influence far more people. Now, unfortunately, the right wing and people we never mostly regard as opponents, they've used it very effectively to form groups of people who communicate and reinforce each other and so forth. And I think we should put it to positive use, the availability of Zoom, of the internet, superb lectures and so forth. And that's what Brian and I hope to do between Cape Town and Ghana in the coming few months. Can we get those students interested in each other, in their local conditions? They have to take pride in what they experience, their climate and so forth. But anyway, I want to make a case that if we want to reach large numbers, we should take advantage of the new opportunities available.
Yes,
Yes,
if I may.
great. Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
Yes. So as long as we cannot create new funding, but there are funding opportunities out there. That's what I was trying to say. And I encourage, one thing I always tell young people: anybody can lead, but everything needs someone to initiate it. So the funding opportunities are there. They are not enough by any means, but it takes effort to find them and actually to sit down and write the proposal. None of them is easy. You have to sit down and write proposals. I spend a lot of my time, my personal time, morning, evening, Sunday, Saturday, writing proposals. So many of these things that I've shown that we've been able to do, we are done through sitting down at odd hours writing proposals to get funding. Sometimes the funding is very little, like the one I got from COSPA was something like, I don't remember, less than 20,000 US dollars. And I used it to fly all of these lecturers and the students to the same place to do the capacity building workshop. So for instance, the person who asked that question about East Africa, you may decide, okay, I'm gonna make it happen in East Africa. And then you yourself, even if you're still a student, can begin to look for opportunities and then invite other people to join you, write a proposal, submit the proposal. Sometimes it's not selected. I've written many that were not selected. And sometimes they are selected, then you make it happen, and then it will, once it gains traction, it will attract other interests and other suggestions. And also I wanted to say, that's the need, what we're talking about here is networks. So networks breed funding and vice versa. So, through networking, you will get information about where these funding opportunities exist. And through networking, you will get other people who are interested in the same ideas as you. You can collaborate and seek the funding opportunities.
Excellent. Go ahead, Brian. We just have time for one more, I'm told.
Oh, okay, so I'll be real quick. One quick thing about funding students that goes along with what Aline said. It's a lot more cost effective to fund a student in-house in an institution in Africa, say, than in the US. So, with you using the network and sandwich programs, I think Aline was getting at things like this, you can train students cheaper in Africa than here. And so we're doing things like this. We have a student who goes to our summer school. He's a student at University of Ghana, but he still collaborates with some of us in the US, gets access to some of our facilities. And it costs 1/10 of what it costs in the US. And the US institutions, if they did more of this, would benefit from having a greater diversity of students. Just a thought.
Great, excellent. There's one more question specifically for Charles Ichoku, but I'm going to suggest that for the specific question, we ask you to follow up directly. I think contacts are available in the materials, and if not, people can contact me at University of Michigan, and I'll make sure it happens. We've had many outstanding suggestions here that I think apply generally, that through networks, you actually have more leverage for funding. Most funders will like the opportunity of scale in a network. And maybe we should do an article on this to really bring all the information together. But there have been many suggestions about different sources of funding, different models for students, thinking about funding using the partnership to have the less expensive support of students in Africa and use the additional funding for bringing people together. Like Aline, I really value face-to-face. There's something you can't replace with virtual connections, but I really do believe that, as George said, that we've learned a lesson that you can have much greater reach through virtual connections. And I'm guessing that they're going to be a part of everything that we do going forward. So with our few minutes left, let's just go around to each panelist. Looks like we might have lost Lila, but each of you just take a minute for parting words, last thoughts to culminate this excellent session. And we'll go through in the original order, starting with Brian.
Oh, I didn't have something, let's see. I guess I'd say that I think events of the past year, the protests in the US have shown everyone the tremendous need to diversify. And I think it actually presents an opportunity that people want to see this happen. And so let's take advantage of it and try to get a lot more partnerships so that, in my field, you go to international meetings and there's not many Africans there. They're not in the meetings, they're not presenting science, they're not making decisions for my field, but let's change that. Let's take advantage of the moment. People want to see a change, let's do it.
Great, thank you, Brian. Charles.
Yes, thank you very much. So my recommendation is always, there are many organizations, well-meaning organizations that exist. We don't have to reinvent the wheel to make a very significant impact. So whenever we are thinking about something, we can look seriously to find those organizations that are already set up that we can leverage to make the impact. They exist in Africa, in all over the places. Let's not create very small things here and there. Let's find existing, established, trustworthy organizations, plug into them, collaborate with them to make impact.
Outstanding. 1 minute, George. Last comment.
Yeah, I don't have any recommendations. I have requests. The effort that Brian and I are going to try, people in different parts of the globe contacting each other, I don't know what will work, what doesn't work, what goes viral. I don't own a cell phone, so I need advice. If you have any idea what it will take to get people in Accra interested in people in Cape Town, please let me know.
Great, thank you. Aline, last word.
I just wanted to bring up the student angle. I think, like George is saying, to try to democratize things, but I think leveraging our students' enthusiasm and passion for our field, I think it can be the spark that really helps other things bloom. So I think, we talk among ourselves with scientists and engineers, but I think really including students from the undergrad and outreach in schools and so on, it's really pivotal to make a change.
Thank you, outstanding. And Lila did put some links from her talk into the chat for everyone. So thanks to everyone. This is an outstanding session. I think you've made a very strong case for the importance of networks between US and Africa, all countries, to advance our fields of science. And thanks to all the participants who were with us. We have a next session in 30 minutes. So we hope that everyone will stay on. The next session focuses on COVID-19. It will be a very important session for the Africa Week. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good morning. I'm Tachi Yamada. I'm a venture partner of Fraser Healthcare Partners. I have also been a longtime faculty member at the University of Michigan and have a strong connection to the Michigan Center for Global Health Equity. I would like to introduce my colleagues on this session. Agnes Binagwaho, who is the Vice Chancellor at the University of Global Health Equity in Rwanda and former Minister of Health of that country. And also by Paul Farmer, who is the chair of the Department of Global Health Equity, Global Health and Social Medicine at Harvard Medical School and the founder of Partners in Health. We're here today to discuss the COVID-19 pandemic, the implications for Africa, not only from the standpoint of its health and social and economic implications, but also on the challenges associated with equitable distribution of vaccines and medicines for treatment of the illness. Now, by background, I should start by saying that Africa has been spared by relation to the impact of the pandemic on countries in Europe, United States, Europe and the United States. We're not certain of why this is the case, but both the incidence per 100,000 population and the mortality per 100,000 population has been much, much lower in the African subcontinent, African continent, than elsewhere in the world. But having said that, the problem there is still severe because, of course, there is a paucity of intensive care units, or even the availability of oxygen for those people who get the severe illness. Not only is that the case, but it is possible that there is a relatively much higher incidence of the disease in asymptomatic situation because the emergence of mutant strains from Africa indicate that the virus is spreading and dividing quickly. Mutations occur as the infection spreads and the virus divides frequently. The main concern for the world right now is the emergence of a strain in South Africa, which does not seem to be protected by the currently available vaccines, nor by the monoclonal antibodies that are available. So the issue for us in the northern countries is to think about how what happens in Africa affects the whole world and how we address the issue of equity, health equity, the distribution of appropriate tools, preventions, and treatments for the condition. This problem is not a new problem. In fact, in the 2009-2010 H1N1 pandemic, this very same problem arose. At that time, Chris Murray wrote a very important paper in which he modeled the H1N1 pandemic after the 1918 influenza pandemic and predicted that 95% of the deaths that would occur in the world would occur in the 50 poorest countries. Amazingly enough, that has not panned out with this pandemic, but still the threat is there. And we have to address this issue of equity, if not for this pandemic, for every pandemic that happens. You see, the problem is, although vaccines, through a miracle of science and pharmaceutical manufacturing, have been available within 1 year of the sequencing of the first virus strain from Wuhan, they take time to manufacture and to distribute. Despite the very optimistic projections by pharmaceutical manufacturers about how many billions of doses they would manufacture, of course, the reality has been very different. Manufacturing is hard. Manufacturing takes time. It's not just manufacturing, the vaccine, but it's actually filling the vials with a vaccine and then distributing them. That is often the biggest challenge. Even in the richest nations in the world, this has been a very difficult problem. You can imagine what the problem might be in poorer nations with less well-developed health systems. Back in 2010, during the height of the H1N1 pandemic, when I was at the Gates Foundation, we developed a set of principles that we tried to propose to the world about what should happen in this kind of circumstance. And they involved a number of key points. And if I could read a few of them. First is that the global community should take steps to protect all populations, including those without resources to protect themselves. That seems self-evident. Vaccines should be considered in the context of comprehensive pandemic preparedness and response efforts in all nations. Third, developed countries and vaccine manufacturers should urgently agree upon a mechanism to ensure access to vaccines by developing countries. Fourth, vaccine manufacturers should identify strategies such as tiered pricing and donations to make pandemic vaccines more acceptable to developing nations. 5, pandemic vaccines allocated to developing nations should become available in the same time frame as vaccines for developed nations. 6, the global community should obtain data to help establish a consensus on the safety and efficacy of the vaccines, and efforts should be made to ensure the fullest use of this and other data for distributing the vaccines. 7, all countries obtaining pandemic vaccines should ensure that mechanisms are in place to provide the vaccine to their populations, to ensure that this scarce resource is not wasted, and donors should be prepared to provide resources and technical assistance to help countries bolster these mechanisms. And finally, the World Health Organization is uniquely positioned to lead the global response to a pandemic virus and should support governments and industry in their efforts to implement these principles. Sadly, those principles were written 11 years ago. They are still very applicable today, and we have not learned the lessons from the H1N1 pandemic. What we have to do now is to take steps that not only can we address the current issue, but that we can ensure that future pandemics, which are sure to come, will be followed by a set of principles that will ensure equity for the treatment of all people throughout the world, rich or poor. So with that being my opening statement, I will ask my colleague Agnes Binaguajo to introduce herself beyond the very limited introduction I gave about her background, and to give us her view of the current situation and what steps need to be taken. Agnes?
Thank you, Yamada, for first of all, this great introduction. And thank you all of you to have me here. For my introduction, today will be simple. I am a very annoyed grandma. That's what I am, and consider me as such. Just because what is ongoing, COVID-19 has created an unprecedented health threat on a scale never experienced before, with a global consciousness of everyone everywhere in the world informed about the danger of it, not fully, but informed about it. And it has brought out the best of the humanity, especially at local level, but also the worst, especially at international level. For example, as the nations are raised to distribute the COVID-19 vaccine, we are seeing African countries and other developing countries being left out just because of not only scarcity, it's always this story of scarcity, but of Western nationalism. And even we have seen since the beginning of this pandemic, some rich countries pirating medical supply from other rich country and poor country. We need to revisit the international law for protecting individual and the vulnerable in this world. So it's against an international laws, an ethical consideration, and they did it in total impunity. I want to recall the stealing of respirators bought and paid by Barbados, and also containers stolen on the tarmac of airport with masks that were being paid by Germany, stolen by America. Now, on global scale, we have seen also evidence of great solidarity. The COVAX initiative was very promising to equitably distribute safe and effective vaccine to all countries, regardless the ability to pay, and that at the same time focus on the frontline workers and 20% for all countries before going to the second category of people who are vulnerable, etc. Nationalism take over. While the initial target of 2 billion doses by 2021 have been met in money, the rollout began recently, but we have seen that we are left out. And there are various challenges, and the most important among them is the lack of cooperation, unwillingness of also diversify sites. I'm sure that many factories with those goods that are saving life could have decentralized the production, keeping the intellectual property, we don't care, but at least bringing more vaccine to the world. But no, there is this lack of cooperation. And also countries signing parallel agreements that contradict the COVAX. So if we continue like that, we may see some countries not having access fully to vaccination before 2023. However, we know that if we don't vaccinate the poor and the vulnerable, locally, nationally, and globally, the world will not be safe, because you will see variant coming that will also, the people who are vaccinated now may not be protected against. So either we fight together to be safe, or none of us will remain safe, even those who have access to vaccine. And we should take here the lessons that we all learn also with H1N1. You say that very well, Yamada, but also with HIV, when the medicine were there in the Western world, and Africa got access to that only 6 years later. So I insist on equity for an unique reason. Is the only way the world will really manage to control the pandemic. And in my country, many people say that the outcome of the work of the health sector is a miracle. It is not a miracle. We are still a poor country, but we have managed to achieve what we have achieved just because our work was granted in equity. And if we don't do that, I think that the world will not make it. Don't believe that by being complacent with nationalism, you save the West world. No, 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 no. We will not. We need to be all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Paul, perhaps I can ask you for your comment.
Just, yeah, I'm an infectious disease physician and an anthropologist by way of introduction. And I'm just going to pick up on something Agnes just said, but first by noting that, you know, basically, Tachi, you went back to a document written 11 years ago and underlined the noble sentiments that we still adhere to and need to move forward, but they have not come to pass. And Agnes has described some very recent developments that suggest, you know, and we've had other discussions privately about this, Tachi, that the current arrangements with COVAX and some of the other mechanisms that are being discussed in real time will not serve to meet the goals that you both have outlined very eloquently. And so if time permits it, I'd like to, not in my introductory statement, but I hope we can get back to some of the specifics of rollout, because there's a lot of magical thinking going on globally. We've been in situations of pandemic before. It's true, we weren't around then, most of us, but there are people like Howard Markel at University of Michigan who have written a lot about the various non-pharmaceutical interventions in the response to the big smallpox pandemic, but also the relative impact of other interventions. And it's going to be the same thing now, but the magical thinking is really around, even if we have enough vaccine doses to far exceed the 20% goal, which is itself ridiculous. We've been in the situation before, we've had enough doses, and still, as Agnes pointed out, there were still sporadic eruptions of smallpox, and they happened in these clinical deserts. For example, in 1967, I think 67 and 68, the clinical desert, now known as Sierra Leone, was having still having sporadic outbreaks, even after massive vaccination campaigns. And that's when, by that time, as you well know, both of you, there was a lot more focus on ring vaccination and responding to clusters. And, it just strikes me that even as some of us get our second vaccine, we're still thinking in terms of risk categories, right? As opposed to outbreaks or clusters. Somebody is thinking about outbreaks and clusters, of course, but the discussions that we've been having about global rollout and about national and state level and district level rollouts have largely been really just about that question of who goes first. And that's just a very truncated and narrow view of the ethical concerns that we all have. The way that you and Agnes brought it up, those are the real ethical concerns, which are about global inequality, endless delays for those last in line. And when Agnes brought up 6 years between the development of effective suppressive antiretroviral therapy and any kind of meaningful distribution on the continent of Africa, that was a record for rapidity. That was a record for moving fast, 6 years. And for smallpox, you just do the math between 1796 and 1977. And, we just don't have that kind of time. So I do hope we'll have a chance to think a little bit about the technical aspects of the rollout. When should ring vaccination be used? When should we plod forward with our current schedules? And how are we going to address these major structural barriers that will prevent us from meeting these goals on the continent of Africa? Thanks. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you both for these wonderful and perceptive comments. I do have one follow-up on the issue of HIV and antiretroviral therapy. Agnes is absolutely correct that it took years before available treatment became available to people in sub-Saharan Africa and other nations in the world. And of course, one of the great achievements of modern times is the global response to this challenge, including participation by Clinton Health Access Initiative, CHI, and others to lower that pricing, to shame the pharmaceutical industry in a sense, to get Indian manufacturers to was made available because of a combination of reduced pricing and generous contributions to the Global Fund and in conjunction with PEPFAR that allowed the broad distribution of a treatment. In this case, vaccines actually cost a fraction of what medicines for HIV cost. And And yet, although the RNA vaccines are expensive and people will put a price on them, cost of goods as being in the hundreds of dollars, actually it's much lower than that when you consider the incremental price of the first dose after 1 million. Because if you count the cost of capital and the cost of R&D, and you get paid handsomely for it from developed nations, the additional doses are actually quite inexpensive and can be distributed inexpensively in the rest of the world. I don't know why this doesn't happen and why the charge to COVAX for the vaccines that the manufacturers are currently asking COVAX to pay is as high as it is. And so even $2 billion doesn't ensure the kind of wide distribution of the vaccine that the world needs. What do you think should happen to change this situation? Is this a situation you think that we can shame the industry into behaving properly? Or is this a situation in which we just need to raise more money?
Yamada, I'm going to say something that is even worse. All those developments have been done with the money, the taxes, meaning the money of the people. So that means it's greed. It's only greed and the worst part of humanity. The people want to make money on suffering. First of all, they use your money, your tax, to develop something that they may pay you the high cost. So it's a lack of accountability, and this should stop. How many money of taxes of good people around the world have gone to the development of those things? And I think even against in the US, where you see the same minorities in more position to be infected, in more condition to die because no access to services, and in more condition to don't have access or to be the last to be served for the vaccine that they contribute to build. So law, accountabilities, ethics. And if we let the world to be led by greed, we should not be surprised.
I just was wondering, in terms of the shaming question, it's not clear right now that it's really the pharma big pharma is the architect of this rather shocking vaccine nationalism. We are in the middle of this very cloistered amphitheater of vaccine nationalism. And you asked, Tachi, what could be done right now? Well, if I were the president of Rwanda, I would understand that I'm not the architect of the rules of the game, and I would do what other heads of state are doing, which is try to get vaccine for my people, because that's their social contract to do that. Now, one hopes that that this hypothetical leader of a hypothetical nation would also be concerned about global equity. In the case of Rwanda, that's very much the concern. But given that this is just such a fast-moving catastrophe and that every delay in distribution means more deaths, I mean, it's hard to know what the alternatives are given the global architecture that we have. It's going to be nation state, and it's going to be using administrative and political boundaries to make a lot of decisions about a global transnational pandemic. So we're stuck with that, I fear. And one of the things that we need to do in the next few months is really improve the technical quality of the rollout and make sure that all of us are pushing hard to make sure that the barrier really is logistic and not cost and being last in line in the usual long sorry list. Because if it is just logistics, there are going to be places like Rwanda that can do a superb job at rolling out even a Pfizer vaccine or something that requires a new kind of cold chain. Because although the default so far in discussing Africa's COVID situation has been often this, they couldn't have done anything right. They must have some natural protection, or it's the age structure of the population, or there's no obesity. Those, hypotheses haven't really panned out so much, not as single hypotheses. So we also need to look for good performance on the continent so that we can learn lessons for North America and Europe. Contact tracing in Rwanda is much stronger than it is in the United States. And why is that? How did they do that?
I've heard, of course, we're quite aware of the infrastructure available in even the poorest nations in Africa for vaccination of children. And the measles is a very good example of that infrastructure having a dramatic effect on death from measles in sub-Saharan Africa. But the question I pose is whether that same infrastructure for vaccinating children is sufficient or going to provide an advantage for vaccinating a large population beyond children. And that's, I don't know the answer to this, but I wonder, and people wonder whether, in fact, that infrastructure is there. Any comment?
Tashi, let me tell you, Tashi, can I tell you that? Give me the Pfizer, this very strange thing that if you put your finger in the box, you may lose your finger. It's so cold. Give me it. I will make the country vaccinated in 1 month. So don't question, trust. And you see, where are the best children vaccinated on Earth is not in the countries who have the old infrastructure, the cold chain and electricity everywhere. It's where I'm sitting now. Just come and see the data. Just because we design program according context. Of course, we are not going to use the traditional way to distribute vaccine. We are going to create a new way to distribute that vaccine because it's not for kids, it's first for people that are working in the health sector, that are frontline. So they are not where the kids are. So we design a new logistic for the new needs. And we are intelligent enough to do that quite well. So trust, and we can do that. Also,
with all due respect, Agnes, Rwanda is a very special country in Africa.
No, I'm Black, I'm a woman. My DNA is the DNA of all the Black women of my age in Africa.
Okay.
I'm just very vocal. That's the only difference.
Do you think that the same infrastructure exists in DRG, for example?
No, but they can build that if we give the opportunity to the people to do that. And it's not only the health sector. You know why the health sector in this country is good? It's just because the health sector is protected by other sectors. It's a multi-sectorial approach. In RDC, all the people who give 1 million to support health give 2 million to sell arms. So there is unrest. So you cannot build your health sector. It's a multi-sectorial approach, and don't look at the Minister of Health in that country alone. Look to the whole global situation. That's why today I'm very annoyed, even if I'm so happy to see you, my friend.
Well, if I could add something, and I didn't say this at the outset, but I'll mention it now. I've been lucky enough to work with Dr. Agnes for 20 years. And through all of her roles as director of national.
It's very strange.
It is strange. I've been stalking you now for 25 years. And I just wanted to go right to your question, Tachi, which is again a technical one that we need to be asking. Will putting in place, let's say, a new cold chain or meeting new cold chain requirements weaken or strengthen the vaccine program? I think we have a lot of data on this now. We have data about the naysayers of scarcity saying, no, if you do this, it will weaken that. If you acquire HPV vaccine, Dr. Binagwahu, as Minister of Health, you'll weaken the other vaccination programs. Paul, if you buy a oral cholera vaccine in the middle of the world's largest cholera outbreak, you may weaken attention to water and sanitation. Now, notice the entirely fact-free manner in which such assertions can be made, right? There actually isn't a lot of evidence that using one vaccine weakens efforts in a general essential vaccination program. But we were able, because we were forced to generate data that showed, in fact, that adding a new vaccine could really strengthen the essential program of immunization in Haiti, Rwanda. And so eventually there has to be a point where we say, why is it that these arguments that we're making, that you can in fact strengthen health systems by doing vertical programs? They could be AIDS programs, they could be women's health, they could be family planning, they could be all of these other traditional vertical programs. We can actually use them to strengthen the entire healthcare system. Now, I do believe Rwanda is exceptional, but Tachi, when you and I were first there in 2005, that nobody was saying, hey, Rwanda is exceptional for its healthcare system. You know, so you got to see that being built. And I just want to say again, you know, the design of the program, taking into account the context, might not overcome war and conflict in the DRC, but when it was applied in Rwanda and lots of other places, we see rapid and positive gains. And I think, again, if we're forced to muster the data to show that introducing a new vaccine, a new cold chain, can still strengthen the EPI, I think we should do it again. But it's vexing because we need these vaccines. We need good vaccines, especially with the emergence, as you said, of these new variants. No wonder people in Rwanda are saying, well, I wouldn't mind having the Pfizer vaccine or the Moderna vaccine if it's more protective. We don't know that yet, but I'm saying, of course, they're going to say that. Thank you. Sorry if I went.
Yeah. You know, Paul, you and I were part of a global commission to sort of explore how we prepare for the next pandemic. This was about 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And one of the suggestions that came out of it, I thought was very, very good and is relevant to this pandemic. What, for many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, as Agnes pointed out, the imperative to spend on national defense is a really important imperative. And the two most powerful ministers in any cabinet in these nations is usually the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Finance, because the Minister of Finance brings money in. What this pandemic has shown the world, and by the way, Ebola did the same thing at a smaller scale, is that when a pandemic happens, the consequences are broad across the economy. It's not just health that suffers, it's the economy that suffers. And so the suggestion that came out of this commission was that we should ask the IMF to consider investment in health infrastructure as a parameter of the nation's economic health. Because, as you know, this one pandemic has wiped out 10, 20, 30% of many large nations' GDP in one fell swoop. The cost of that is astronomical. And yet a small investment in health infrastructure could actually help or mitigate that. The IMF has not yet taken up that suggestion, but the cost to nations all over the world would suggest that that kind of assessment of a nation's infrastructure in providing loans or financial guarantees to nations would be very impactful, because then the Minister of Finance would consider this a high priority as opposed to an expense that may not be necessary. Agnes, you have a comment?
Actually, it's worse than what you try to say. You know that, an example, there was a project to reinforce the capacity to do research with the World Bank, where Jim was there, at the condition that the government take a loan. And if you fulfill your commitment, the loan will become a grant. So we were ready in Rwanda to do it. You know who was against that? IMF. You are not allowed to take another loan. So not only they know what you say, because they are full of intelligent, great brain there, they have another agenda, and they are not there to help us. Just look, for the time being, every country supported by IMF never found its way out of poverty. It's not by chance.
Yeah.
Nobody make them accountable. So again, it's a matter of accountability. If IMF experts were accountable with their great recommendations, and they have to pay the price of bad recommendation, they will act differently. But now they can say anything, pull the country down. You remember the structural adjustment? I was just a young doctor and I wanted to work for a public sector. And I went in a country and they were not allowed to recruit me because they were not allowed to invest in human development. They had to invest in private sector, IMF. So there is a lot of change to do that impact things like the disease where we are all fighting now. There is also those international organizations that are not really focused on the most vulnerable development and human development.
We have a couple of questions from the audience, and perhaps we can address them. One question that came up: what should guide decision-making for those in the global north, privileged enough to receive the vaccine, when considering travel to those areas in the global south who have not had access to the vaccine? Should solidarity hold us back? That's a very complicated question.
Yes.
Well, I would say one thing, just scientifically, there's no evidence at this point that the vaccines prevent transmission. So the reality is that the vaccines can prevent the vaccinated person from having a symptomatic infection, but they do not necessarily prevent the vaccinated person from either harboring or carrying the virus or having a true asymptomatic infection. So in a sense, being vaccinated doesn't protect those around the vaccinated person, although they might protect the person himself or herself. Other comments from Paul or Agnes?
Well, I mean, it's almost a philosophical question. I mean, I would assume, although as you say, the evidence is lacking, that anything that makes a viral disease less deadly probably suppresses viral load and infectiousness at the same time. Obviously, there's questions of the nasopharynx and how this works, et cetera. But the real issue is probably, first of all, I also find it a complex and thoughtful question. I mean, the solidarity, should solidarity hold us back? That was the question. Well, I think solidarity usually propels us forward, and there are all kinds of solidarity, but I would just keep adding that word pragmatic to it, because right now, as we know from our experience wherever we are, including in the United States, people are in real need of pragmatic solidarity. Their problems are material very often. Yes, they're also psychological, enormous isolation, substance abuse, depression, domestic abuse, but there's also problems with rent, with unemployment insurance, the long laundry list that I don't have to add here. And that's been very hard in some of these countries in Africa where there are very few cases. You know, the lockdowns, the social distancing, where they're being observed, and they were in Rwanda when I was there in August, it's still terribly hard on people who are used to being able to move around the country and across borders to make a living. So I would just say every time we use the word solidarity, throw that pragmatic word right on top. There are kids who are out of school. I mean, it's the same story. And I think as Agnes said in opening this up, these events bring out the best in people as well as some less flattering traits. And, you know, all of us have to do more to help each other, whether we're in proximity or far away. And I'm sorry to sound kumbaya-ish. I am kumbaya-ish.
And
Agnes,
also,
can you tell me if the borders of Rwanda are open or closed?
they are open, but you need to come with a negative test less than 4 days. Second, you need to isolate yourself during 5 days and get out with another test negative because of this unknown. And many of the, we have a control of the pandemic now, but we still have daily cases. We had something like 250 something deaths since the beginning. So compared to other countries, we could not complain. But as you have said, we don't have the medical equipment to let the pandemic spread. And also, even if it has an economic cost anyway, even when you control the pandemic, you cannot do differently than to control, just because we put human wellness as the major preoccupation of your Minister of Finance. You know, your Minister of Finance has just to manage the money that it's yours and mine. Huh? Don't give him more power than is a man on the job or a woman on the job. Huh? Is not a powerful, it's somehow we are creating the monster that some of them have become. So solidarity.
Is there
To come back to solidarity, in my point of view, countries that has the money to manage the pandemic and messed up is just because they have cultivated individualism, and solidarity has no big place in that the current culture and the current way of life. And this is also something that this pandemic has demonstrated.
I'm just wondering, are vaccine doses available in Rwanda now?
Very little, very, very little. We start vaccinating. The country is ready to vaccinate the entire country. When we say entire country, there is a list of people. First will be the frontline workers to allow them to work in security. That will decrease the fear to provide health and work with everybody. Second will be the elderly and also people in refugee camp, in prison, where there is a concentration that you cannot necessarily avoid because you don't have the infrastructure or the land or the opportunity. You see, we had cases in prison. Some prison has been really closed, etc. And some prisoners brought in very, very nice hotel just for isolation, just to protect, you know? So there is a list of people who will be vaccinated that go with the science and the human development spirit.
So there's a question from the audience. Given the scarcity of Western vaccines, could you speak about the efficacy and potential for distribution in Africa of vaccines developed in Cuba, China, Russia, and possibly other nations?
Well, Tatiana, I'm sure you'd have a lot to say on that as well, given your knowledge of your greater knowledge. What's that?
Russian vaccine, I just said that the vaccine developed in Russia and China are already on the African continent.
Yeah.
And what is funny is that people have said Are you not afraid that they use that to get influence? Oh my goodness. I better be a little bit influenced and alive than a non-influenced dead body.
I was going to say something similar, although in much less colorful language. First of all, to the question, it would be a mistake to write off the potential of those vaccines. First of all, both, China, Russia, and India, in any case, have a very large vaccine industry and have put out good vaccines for many decades. So, if I had been in Russia at the time, which, I would have happily signed up for one of those vaccines. We do need to contemplate, again, and going back to the logistic questions, the cold chain and what the greatest requirements are. Obviously, an oral one-dose vaccine is what I say obviously, but imagine that's on the minds of many people, right? How do you go? And this is a standard trajectory for a vaccine, injectable at first, but that's going to be the goal, something that's easy to slip into an expanded program in vaccination and becomes routine. But I would definitely imagine there's going to be a very big role for the Russian. I'm not familiar yet with the Cuban vaccine, but again, they've been credible developers of vaccines, usually along with many partners that hadn't been developed in the United States or Europe. So we're all keeping our eye on this. As Agnes said, it's already a biosocial event, right? The vaccine from China and Russia is already on the continent, which I think will be a net good. We're all waiting for more information on the variants. I mean, the AstraZeneca vaccine seems to have been dealt a bit of a blow. Again, my conversations have been informal and with people like Tachi, but we're going to need a lot more vaccines going forward. I mean, a lot more different vaccines as well.
I think as far as these vaccines are concerned, really, it's a scientific question. Do the vaccines have the same efficacy or do they not? It looks like the Russian vaccine is a very good vaccine. The Chinese vaccine, the Sinovac vaccine, is nowhere near the efficacy of the other vaccines. And I don't know anything about the Cuban vaccine. But having said that, the real question is, just because a nation is poor, should they get an inferior vaccine? And the answer is, of course not. And if you were living in Africa, would you rather have the Pfizer vaccine or the Moderna vaccine if it were available than an untested vaccine or a vaccine of lower efficacy? The answer is no. But in the current circumstance with a pandemic that is as widespread as it is, you'll take anything you can get if it has the science to support it. So
Tachi, let me tell you something. People vaccinated with the Chinese vaccine, there is no death and there is no need of respirator. This is also science, What do we miss in Africa? I can get a very bad flu if I'm not at risk of dying, and if I'm not at risk to be on a respirator. So also something, last year for the flu vaccine, efficiency was 50%. What did CDC Atlanta say to the American? Vaccinate anyway, because the best prevention is vaccine. It was 50%. The vaccine, the efficiency of the last flu vaccine. So science doesn't change because we change disease. So vaccinate with what you have.
I agree, but I think that all I'm saying is that just because you're poor, you shouldn't have necessarily to accept a vaccine that is inferior. If you have no choice, you take whatever vaccine you get. I will say this much: supply from China will be very plentiful. Supply from Russia will not be plentiful. They have a very big supply issue even within their own country. So I think it's going to be an interesting evolution of the different solutions being distributed in Africa. But to date, there's none that demonstrates that it provides protection against the South African strain. And that is the strain that is spreading the fastest in sub-Saharan Africa right now. And that's a big challenge that we have to address. I'm afraid we're coming to the end of the hour. It's been a very interesting and widespread discussion. Just to summarize some of the key points, I think are critical issues right now, that this is a problem in Africa, just as it is everywhere else in the world, that its presence in Africa has global implications, not just local implications, and that therefore there's a compelling need to address the pandemic in Africa as it is in any other part of the world. Availability of vaccines is a critical one, and that has to do with the pricing and the priority and the distribution infrastructure, a sense that the infrastructure is there if the vaccine's available. There's an issue of whether the cost is appropriate given the global nature of the problem. And that's a problem we're not going to solve, I'm afraid. I saw a headline article in the Wall Street Journal this morning that the executives of the firms that created the vaccines cashed at $500 million worth of stock that are gains from the vaccine. And I have to tell you, it made me a little bit sick to read this. But this is a moral and ethical issue of equity that has to be addressed. I think the point that vaccines from other parts of the world are available is very important. And given no options, people will absolutely take them, should take them, and they will have efficacy against death, if not necessarily against symptomatic infection. But we have to remember that people should have just as much access to the best vaccines as anybody else, and that we shouldn't have to settle for something less than the best. And overall, I think that we are fortunate so far that the problem hasn't killed the number of Africans that we might have expected to die from this. But this is only the beginning of a pandemic that may last for well beyond the year, and maybe the worst is yet to come. So discussions and preparations that we're having now and hopefully elsewhere in the world will have impact on the global nature of this pandemic. So thank you very much, Agnes and Paul, for participating in this. I know the University of Michigan is deeply grateful for your participation. I'm personally grateful to be able to spend the time with you and to have this discussion. I'd love to have this over dinner sometime, as opposed to on Zoom from all corners of the world. Thank you very much.
It was great to be with you, Tachi and Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you,
very much.
Brody, and thank you, all of you who set this up. Thanks, Tachi.
All right, thank you. Bye.
See you soon, Agnes.
See you soon.
Are you there still?
Good morning and good afternoon, and welcome to this, the last session on Thursday for Africa Week. This session is on the business of healthcare in Africa. And we've heard a lot this week on, we've been a lot of discussion on research and policy, and we just heard a discussion about global health and a lot of policy related. And this one is specifically on business and the business opportunities. I am Paul Clyde. I am the president of the William Davidson Institute and on the business economics faculty at the Ross School of Business. And the development of businesses, which is the subject of this, is core to the mission of the William Davidson Institute. Because, paraphrasing Bill Davidson, profitable business can be a force for economic and social freedom. And so looking at the opportunities out there is an important thing to be considering in this week. And there are plenty of reasons within the healthcare area to believe that there are opportunities there and that they will grow. Just a few points of information: healthcare expenditures in countries that were in the low and middle income country category in 2000 increased 3 times as fast as they did in the high income countries in the subsequent 15 years. Now, COVID has set that back a little bit, but it is expected to continue. Also, we've heard a lot of discussion this week about the African Continental Free Trade Area, under which trading began last month, but that presents enormous opportunities today with over 1 billion people in it and a combined GDP that exceeds that of France. So these opportunities present clear chances for local companies in Africa, and we're going to hear from 2 of them, but also for multinationals. In fact, arguably, multinationals have a bigger challenge because they have a significant opportunity there, and if they don't capitalize on it, they run the risk of fostering the growth of a new group of competitors who could not only compete with them in Africa, but also in some of their other profitable markets around the world, which would be, either way, we're seeing the development of business in Africa, which will benefit the people of Africa. So with that in mind, we have 2 representatives from 2 African companies and 2 representatives from multinational companies. And I am delighted that they've all agreed to join today and really look forward to their insights. So let me introduce them before turning to them for some opening statements. First, we have Brooke Fakadu, who is the founder and CEO of Pioneer Diagnostics Center and Infinity Advanced Technology Solutions. Both companies were established in 2006. Pioneer is a medical diagnostic imaging service provider, and Infinity is a medical equipment import and distribution company with offices in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and Nairobi, Kenya. In Ethiopia, Infinity represents companies like GE Healthcare, Boston Scientific, Karl Storz, Zimmer, and in Kenya, Infinity currently provides maintenance services for 98 county hospitals. We also have William Hrobler, who is the commercial director for South Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa at Convatec, a global medical products and technology company focused on therapies for the management of chronic conditions. Willem has worked with the medical industry in South Africa for the past 20 years with other companies such as Stryker and Medtronic prior to joining Convatec. He's also worked in Ghana and Kenya. Next, we have Chemu Langat, who is the regional head for Africa under Medtronic Labs, a social enterprise within Medtronic with the mission of expanding access to healthcare in underserved patients across the world. Chemu previously served as principal biomedical engineer working at Medtronic's cardiac device R&D programs. And prior to that, she was a systems safety and reliability engineer at NASA's Johnson Space Center, ensuring safe design and operation of the crew's medical and exercise equipment. And finally, we have Vinesh Premlal, head of new business development at Labotech, a lab equipment supplier in South Africa. He has several years of practical experience in the delivery of healthcare products and solutions within sub-Saharan African markets, spanning from 2013 to present. His management roles range from operational experience to strategic management functions, having had roles as marketing manager, marketing director, and head of business development. So thanks to all of you for joining us. I want to start by getting a sense of the opportunities from each of your perspective. And Brooke, I'm going to start with you. You've successfully started a number of businesses in Ethiopia, and the first ones being back in 2006. How do you see the opportunities for new healthcare businesses today relative to 15 years ago when you first established Pioneer Diagnostics?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in on this panel. When we established Pioneer Diagnostic Center in 2006, there was almost no MRIs. I think it was the first MRI, in fact, for Ethiopia. Most sub-Saharan African countries did not have any MRIs. This is with the exception of South Africa and the Northern African countries are an exception. But most countries did not have advanced imaging equipment. There were a few CT scans here and there, but not many. So, but with that opportunity, there were a lot of challenges because equipment manufacturers did not really consider these countries a market. And even if you were to install an MRI machine, the support, the services, the consumables were not available. So the opportunity was there. The patient volume was there. Ethiopia, I think 15 years ago, the population was around 80 million. And in the US at that time, and I think in Japan, there was 20 MRIs for every million people. Ethiopia, with a population of 80 million, had none. So the opportunities were there for imaging equipment. And healthcare in general, we did not have a lot of hospitals. So you didn't even have to get, very creative. I mean, you can just about do anything because there was just, it was a severely underserved and underpenetrated market. But like I said, the challenges were in terms of consumables, supplies, project execution, site planning. There were a lot of shortages in terms of expertise and the support required to run a business like that. So 15 years later, there's a lot of improvement. 15 years ago, for most physicians in Addis, MRI was something that they had learned about in books, but they hadn't actually seen the films and the images. Now, there's over 20 MRIs, over close to 60, 70 CT scan machines in a span of 15 years. Ethiopia's economy, GDP has grown from, I think in 2010 was around 32 billion. Now it's over 100 billion. And most African countries, the GDP economies have grown significantly. Population is growing. So the opportunities are still there. It's still an underpenetrated market. It's still physicians, hospitals don't have sufficient equipment, and patients are not getting access to the care that they need. As a result, from Ethiopia, for example, a lot of patients go to places like Thailand, India for all kinds of treatment. One example, fertility-related cases, patients go outside, and the value, I heard a recent estimate was $20 million a year. Patients going from Ethiopia to other countries to get IVF-related fertility treatments, just one sector. So the opportunities are there, but also the challenges are there. Now with globalization, access to telecommunications, patients are aware, more aware now what kind of services are out there, and they're demanding these quality care to be available locally. So there is opportunity there. Physicians are aware now of what kind of equipment is out there in other countries. They would like those equipments to be available. When we started, we started 2 companies because there was no distributors for MRIs in Ethiopia, but now there are distributors for the equipments that we supply and equipments that are provided by some of the panelists as well. So even though, we have installed some equipment, Ethiopia and Africa in general still remains an underserved and under penetrated market with a huge potential, but with some risks as well.
So your business model is an interesting one. I want to dive into that a little bit more later, but just quickly now, in terms of the changes, I gather you've seen not only a change in the opportunities in terms of growth of the economy and population, but also many more competitors than you saw before. Is that right?
That is true. So we were the only MRI facility, the diagnostic imaging facility 15 years ago. In 2006, we set up the first one. Now there are over 20 MRI machines. We started representing GE Healthcare. Now other brands like Siemens, Philips are also represented. But then our population has grown, economy has grown, and demand has grown. In the case of Ethiopia specifically, we have hard currency issues. So it is still, demand is greater than supply for consumables, for capital equipment, as well as for other equipment. Today, and we also have 4 branches now. We started with 1 branch. Now we've branched out to 4 locations. I can have 10 more locations and still have the patient flow. We're still in Addis. Our 4 locations are in Addis. We can go outside of Addis and go to the regions. Again, there are some risks and challenges when we venture out into these communities, but regardless, the opportunities are there. There are people, patients, that are traveling, making long journeys to Addis to access the care from the diagnostic services that we provide. So there's still a lot of opportunity.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I want to get to those challenges in a second, but before we do, Vinesh, let me turn to you. You are now working at a company that is headquartered in South Africa. You've been with multinationals before. So could you comment on the opportunities from your perspective at Labotech, but then also any differences you see for a multinational versus a local company?
Well, thank you, Clyde, and good morning to everyone. In order to answer your question, Paul, I would like to share my experiences having worked for, as you said, a local company, as well as that of multinationals as well. I'll approach it in 2 parts. Firstly, Labotech as a local scientific instrumentation company operating within the African markets with a business-to-business model. And secondly, from a multinational perspective, operating in the pharmaceutical industry that incorporates both a business-to-business model as well as a business-to-consumer or patient operating model. Now, firstly, if we start with Labotech, Labotech is a local company that represents a number of companies from Europe, from United States, as well as the East. Labotec has been in operation for more than 60 years, and over that time has earned a reputation for reliability and operational effectiveness. Multinational companies feel confident in partnering with us as they are able to enter the market without investing in setting up local operations. And that's very important because there are lots of risks associated with the setup of a company, and especially in a multitude of companies within Africa. Our entry into Sub-Sahara, though, and specifically East Africa, has been based on the request by one of our biggest suppliers. And what they wanted was a company, firstly, that adhered to the global standards that they used to, as well as the operational effectiveness on the ground. And here, what was important, that we have qualified and accredited engineers, and that gave them a sense of comfort. Secondly, the ability to provide the backup, the warranties and servicing. And all too important, we don't want to actually just put in products, but also to be able to provide the after service that goes with it. They needed a company that could attend to the breakdown of their systems within predetermined and agreed to turnaround times, usually 6 to 8 hours. Whereas if you look in South Africa, the turnaround time is about 2 to 3 hours within urban areas. Now, when you're looking at Africa, you're looking at vast distances between pathology laboratories, and they cannot afford to be down, especially when they are providing diagnosis to doctors and hospitals as well. And finally, and I think a very important one, is that they wanted a company that is financially stable and with a good track record. They ultimately wanted a company that is able to adhere to the terms of the agreement, and that helps with the planning. The challenge in many of the countries, actual payments can extend well over the 30-day payment period. Many local companies have a reputation of paying in 90 to 120 days. This can be attributed to a number of different factors, with cash flow being one of them, financial liquidity another, foreign exchange volatility, and hard currency shortages, as mentioned by Brooke. The issue was highlighted in Nigeria last year when there was a slump in oil prices, an economy that is largely dependent on the income from oil. Now, in the instance of Labotec, international companies preferred partnering with Labotec as it addressed a lot of their risk mitigation strategies. Now, when we look at the pharmaceutical industry, on the other hand, it is a bit different, and it's a lot more complex when it comes to decision making. Multinational companies, incorporate both a business to business as well as a business to consumer model. Expansion into Africa is largely dependent on business potential as well as growth possibilities. Underlying the intention to operate in Africa would largely depend on IP considerations within each of these environments. Each country has a different healthcare framework, and entry will largely depend on which business model is ideal. Now, the first one is a sole agent model. That is where you would have a sole agent who will be responsible for all aspects of the business. That is from product registrations to marketing as well as distribution. In this way, the multinational companies are able to manage their business at an arm's length. And this is the least risky on a regulatory compliance point of view, to operate. The second model is more a distributor or wholesale model. Here, the multinational company would register a legal entity in the country and would be responsible for the product registrations and regulatory compliance. The distribution of the product is managed by appointing wholesalers that gives them either territory coverage or customer access, or a combination of both. The wholesaler would primarily be responsible for creating demand locally, usually via their sales initiatives. The model is the most common model implemented by large majority of pharmaceutical companies within the Sub-Sahara region. The third model is where the multinational company has incorporated a combination of a contract sales force, or a CSO as it's commonly known, as well as a distribution and wholesaler network. The model is different to the first two, as the multinational is responsible for the demand creation locally, whereas the wholesalers are responsible for the availability of the product in country. In this model, the CSO is under the direct control of the multinational company. Now, and then you have finally, a fully established company. The multinational company has set up a fully fledged organization and is responsible for all aspects of business. Now, the large majority of multinational companies operate out of South Africa, and in certain instances, operating via hubs, usually from either Kenya on the east side or even Ghana on the west. Now, here, the model adopted in each of these countries would largely depend on the healthcare framework and the model that best suits their strategic initiatives. So it's a lot more complex, as you could see, in terms of the scientific instrumentation company, which is more a business-to-business operation. So yeah, I mean, that's my input into two different types of businesses within these environments.
Thank you. I think we'll dive into some more of those topics when we get to Willem. Jimmy, let me turn to you now. And first, I'm grateful that we have you despite the snow down in Texas and the storms down there. So we'll hope we keep you the whole time. But your background is particularly interesting because you both worked in the core business of Medtronic and the social enterprise where you now are working. Can you comment first on Medtronic's efforts to start up, because there were some significant efforts to start up in the core businesses in some of these markets, and what worked, what didn't work, and then on the reason for the development of Medtronic Labs where you are now.
Thank you so much, Paul, and it's a pleasure to be here with everybody. I do agree. I think I've had the benefit of seeing what a multinational goes through, somewhat indirectly, but then in a few cases directly, as we looked to explore and support the regional business, expand its operations and its presence in Africa. And this was when I first started with Medtronic, more on the engineering role side. But as soon as I got a chance to figure out what the company was doing in Africa, given that I'm from Kenya, I immediately volunteered my efforts towards that. So participated in a business case competition very early on, and this was back in 2012, 2013, and then started getting tapped into what the company was trying to do. And at that point, majority of Medtronic's presence in the region was in South Africa. Mostly, there's some direct operations and sales there, but then majority across the rest of the continent had been through distributors. And so over the next 5 years, there was strategic changes to look at what could we do for more of a direct presence, what makes sense in the different sub-regions of Africa, and in addition, the additional, complexity of country nuances, language nuances, cultural nuances. So as things progressed, we, in 2015, acquired Covidien, which actually also had a presence in Africa, slightly larger one across some of the sub-Saharan Africa region, as well as North Africa. So that did come in with a benefit to the business. The integration followed that. And what we've been seeing in the last few years is really a restructuring of the business in a way that supports the needs of the local market. And it's been interesting because it's actually separate and unique in how they're setting it up for the needs of the African continent, increasing the number of employees in some of the key priority markets, looking at hybrid approaches, not just the distributor model, some of the direct trade and direct operations in Egypt and Nigeria. So it's been interesting to see how things have progressed and where they started off. And of course, I was playing a tangential role, more on the technical side with the interest in supporting the business. But what also came through over the years and where I'm now directly responsible was the need for a different type of organization. And that was what gave birth to Medtronic Labs, a global health social enterprise. And this was the vision of our former CEO, Omar Ishraq. And he had the vision of globalization and penetrating and supporting therapies in the emerging markets. But more so than that, he also looked at what are the needs in many of the markets that we don't currently serve. And while a lot of our products can be accessed in certain areas, in majority of low and middle income countries, there's still gaps that prevent that from happening, infrastructure gaps, system level gaps. And so Medtronic Labs was developed initially within the organization, and then a few years later separated out and registered as a public beneficiary corporation, allowing us the flexibility to start working as more of an entrepreneurship with the vision of addressing and coming up with solutions in a co-creative manner with local government, with entrepreneurs in the countries we are operating in, as well as setting up for financial sustainability using different types of innovative business models. So while I think Medtronic's vision and strategy in the region has really grown and has actually started to impact more and more patients, and I know they have much big, bolder vision statements coming out as we look ahead to the next 5 years, alongside that, this social enterprise is also growing in Asia, but also in East and West Africa at this point, as we look to expand outside of Kenya and Ghana, where we currently have local entities and teams to see where else can we collaborate with others who are doing work in the non-communicable disease space. Where can we bring together end-to-end chronic disease models that leverage digital health, that leverage local diagnostics, but that tap into and build up the health system, especially at the primary health and community level.
Just to add to that, can you, am I right in thinking that the Medtronic Labs is looking at the markets that it's developing and looking for partnerships there and companies that can be developed there? Because as I understand it, it cannot, because of its legal status, work directly with Medtronic on these things, but can work with companies and help them develop local companies. So what are sort of the goals with respect to developing local companies in the areas with respect to Medtronic Labs?
Yeah, thanks, Paul, for bringing that up. And maybe just to clarify for everybody, so Medtronic Labs as a social enterprise registered separately, majority of our funding at this point comes from the Medtronic Foundation. And as a result, we have to be legally separate in how we operate. We cannot directly drive business to Medtronic in the legal structure, but also just in the vision and direction of each of the organizations. So you're right, Paul, in saying that, you know, a lot of what we do is through partnerships and partnerships with local government, but also partnerships with local entrepreneurs, businesses, other multinationals, including pharmaceutical companies, all who have part of the value chain for the patients that we're serving. So we look at things end to end, looking at where can we bring value, trying not to reproduce the wheel, but bring together a solution that brings on, you know, local businesses, local partners that could have something to contribute to the model that we're actually rolling out across the countries we're working in. So that may be a diagnostic company, that may be an entrepreneur, that may be local pharma, that may be local or national government.
Great, thank you. Well, let me turn to you. You've had worked with a number of multinationals. And I know from talking to you that you see opportunities there, but you think sometimes companies misunderstand the opportunities and the investments that are needed to make those a reality. Can you comment on that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Paul, for the opportunity to join the forum today. I think I just need to start to say what an amazing opportunity for all of us on this call to be part of Africa and to be in Africa. So as you can hear from Brooks' testimonial and Vinesh, what a dynamic environment to work in. It's definitely never a dull day at the office and never boring. So what a great opportunity. I wanted to take my hat off to Brooke. I think just as a comment to him, well done in taking ownership and to develop within a country something that was not in existence and to identify it. And I think this is the challenge that faces all multinationals. So I think some of the experiences I want to share today is personally my own personal experiences and my own views, not necessarily that of Convatec. So yeah, take it from that point of view. So a little bit of a brief history of how Convatec started in South Africa. Convatec went into the South African market about 20 years ago, also through distributors. And the business has changed hands 3 times from one distributor to the next until January 2019, when Convatec decided to invest directly in South Africa and open up a multinational entity in South Africa. And I think if you look at emerging markets in totality and the risks that's associated, or the perceived risk that's associated with emerging markets in operating in those markets, you can see the cautiousness of all these multinational companies as they approach the markets. And South Africa being the starting foot hub for sub-Saharan Africa, most companies will start in South Africa and then breach out to the rest of Africa. And the fact if you look at just purely our own company as Convatec, the fact that it took 20 years to open up a direct entity in South Africa shows you the adversity to try and, or the ability for them to try and mitigate as much risk as possible. We are here now, we're in South Africa. We've been operating from January 2019. And now it's for us to look at the opportunities in the rest of Africa. Convatec started a global emerging markets division, 128 countries in that. And it just shows you the focus that all the multinationals at this stage have to try and access Africa and the rest of the emerging markets and the potential for growth they see. So back to your question on the opportunities. I think there's immense opportunities in Africa, and there's nice steady growth in opportunities. And a lot of that growth is driven by individuals like Brooke, where they actually start development in markets and that development grows. I'm fortunate enough to be close to a Ford factory in South Africa. So Ford has recently invested $4 billion into a new factory in South Africa, or expansion of a factory. And you can automatically see around that factory all the sub-businesses or the smaller businesses starting to grow around this big factory, and how the whole economy around the factory is being elevated. And again, back to your story, Brooke, like I said, it's really inspirational to me. You can see how your investment has created new opportunities and new competitors. And that's the journey I think we're on with Africa. So yes, it's diverse. Yes, it's difficult to access. Most approaches is business to business, like Vinesh mentioned. I think we shouldn't underestimate the difficulty to enter these markets, and getting to a business to consumer market is sometimes more difficult than purely a business to business. The opportunities that we shouldn't underestimate is you can't drop ship. You can't just supply product. I think supplying product, the days of supplying product has come and gone. It's now about partnerships and valuable partnerships, looking at long-term sustainability in the region. And that is easier said than done. I can give some personal experience when I was still with Medtronic, with an office in Ghana. That office really made a difference for our footprint in the region. You had local Ghanaians in the office, supported by Medtronic staff, and you can actually then try and imprint the Medtronic footprint at that stage, or a multinational footprint within the country, but using local feedback and using local ownership and using local expertise. So yes, there's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot of investment required. And I think on the investment part, it's time and it's effort and it's energy. A lot of energy and a lot of time and effort that needs to be spent, and education. So not only education to the business partners that you find in the region, but also directly all the way through in the healthcare sector to your key opinion leaders and your nursing staff and your clinical staff. Those are the people that need development, and the more you develop them, the more they will have access to your product and the better care they will provide. And this is the growth that I think Africa is on. So from an economic point of view, yes, the growth might be slow from a physical point of view, but I think the projections are really good. And the more each company, as like on this forum, the more each company invests in Africa, that adds to a synergy of companies, and a synergy of effort to grow the region. So yeah, I think that's just a bit of feedback from my side. I don't know if that answers your question, Paul.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things I'm struck by is whether it's a multinational or a local company, the local training, local skills, and local employment is an essential piece of it. Yeah. And we heard it from both sides of how important that is. Willem, could I also turn to you for we've discussed the difference between successfully starting a business in a market and developing a model that can be sustained in the longer run. Can you comment on the difference between those two and what's needed for the longer run sustaining that's different from the starting?
No, absolutely. So entering a market, I think, is fairly easy with all the distributors that we've got in Africa, and there's a lot of distributors. So I think 10 years ago, you struggled to find a distributor and a partner. That's been growing successfully in the region. And now you can really pick and choose to find distributors that can actually support your product. So entry into the market is easy. It's getting that effectively to be grown. And yeah, I thought of this question, and I think the topic that we have to discuss is maybe a lack of institutional memory. So when you look at these new enterprises opening up in Africa, trying to supply product to hospitals and clinics around, they do not have the 20-year, 30-year experience that some of these multinational companies might have. And that's a culture that's built into these companies. So as Shemo mentioned, I joined Covidian before they became Medtronic. Yeah, and if you look at that journey of going from the one to the other, you learn a lot. You bring a lot as a new representative. When you join a new multinational, you go through 2-3 months worth of training. You get taught how to sell, how to grow customer relationships, how to enter a market, and how to position and propose your product. The distributor necessarily distributing 20 or 30 different products in the market, as a new distributor, they don't have that legacy of information and coaching and history to back them up. And that's the important part of the multinational supporting a distributor. So the only way you'll get the success in these markets is really to invest time by educating both the distributor and the market. And it's a long-term partnership. And when we say partnership, it's not selling product. I think that I've mentioned that previously as well. It's not about selling product. It's selling the right product for that economic environment. And Africa is not a cookie cutter. You can't make the mistake, or you shouldn't make the mistake to try and enter Africa through Southern Africa and decide you're going to implement exactly those products in the rest of Africa. Most of our African sales that we've got in the company at the moment is product for products we do not supply in South Africa. So you have to tailor make and customize your offering to each country individually to their needs. So it's getting the right product there, not overstocking those markets. And then we look at a true partnership. It's being with that distributor or that agent that you use in the region through the tough times and the good times. The good times always start with that first order. The tough times start when you have to get all that product utilized and before it expires. So it's walking a journey for a long term with a company. So I think that's the difference between entering and developing. It needs to be a true partnership. And again, I speak for myself. I think that's the challenge for multinationals, is they want to play, but they struggle to get their hands dirty. They struggle to have the compliance and the agility to be flexible enough to accommodate rules and regulations in all these countries. That's completely different from anything outside of Europe and the US. So this is the challenge. And I think, like we said, Paul, the companies that's willing to get their hands dirty, that's willing to go down to a local level, understand, learn, adopt, and to change their policies and procedures to actually effectively work in a certain country, they will be successful. But if you are constrained by the historical way of doing things and by all the rules and regulations that we've got in our European and our US facilities, you're going to struggle to operate within Africa. We always say, when you're doing a sale, are we going to be on the newspapers the next day? What is that product being used for? So if you are supplying product, you have no idea what's happening to it at the back end. You are putting the company at risk. And these are the questions I think multinationals are asking themselves. What control do they have? And unfortunately, Africa comes with very little control. And this is the mindset you have to wrap your head around. That if you can deal in these dynamic circumstances where everything changes every second day, then you will survive and you will thrive in this market. Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Brooke, do you want to add something to that?
Yes, I just want to say what Willem was saying was like music to my ears, because I'm a distributor, right, on one of my businesses. And especially he was right on training. There's a lot of opportunity in Africa. There's a lot of opportunity in Ethiopia, but multinationals have to invest in the training of professionals. They have to kind of create the demand, train, clinical trainings. It's not like the usual, the regular marketing activities and just highlighting features and functionalities. It has to be capacity building. And if you do that, like I said, when I was commenting, there's more demand than there is supply. The disease cases are there, but the professionals also need some support in taking on these projects. The clinicians need some training and making sure that they can utilize these equipments. If you just sell a piece of equipment and walk away, and it's not used and is sitting in a warehouse somewhere, it's not good for the brand of the company, the multinational that provided the product. It's not good for the patients, and it's not good for the clinicians. So I just wanted to stress that what he just for business, for success, for social responsibility, from many angles, it's just a critical and a very important thing to do in the African context. I just wanted to highlight that. Yeah.
Brooke, actually, could I've told you before that I use you as an example often because I think your business model is fascinating. And maybe you could expand on that, because people don't know the role you play in this. And you were the one that taught me a number of years ago that it's not about the equipment. It's not the expense of the equipment. It's, do you have the trained personnel to install, maintain, and repair the equipment? Because especially if you're talking about something like an MRI, you don't want that down at all. And so that's what makes it that's what determines whether it's a make or break. So could you talk about how you developed that within your company, and how you're trying to expand on that?
Yeah, so 15 years ago, when we started, there was no MRI. Was it because no one can afford to buy an MRI machine? The answer is no. There were plenty of buildings and other capital equipment that were more expensive than an MRI. It was more the complexity associated with installing and operating an MRI machine. And we came with that expertise, and then that's why we set up two entities. One entity that was working with supplying consumables. We had to train our own engineers, and the customer was the diagnostic business. And later on, the reason our business here for digital imaging, diagnostic imaging with GE Healthcare, the reason we're successful is more due to the fact that we had this diagnostic imaging center that was not only providing clinical service to patients, but when we sell equipment, it was being used as a training facility. So GE as a multinational has a 3-day training that is included in the package when we sell a piece of equipment. And this training basically assumes you're already versed in how to operate an MRI machine, but maybe you were working on a Siemens machine. So they just kind of acclimate you to how the GE software works, application works. We found that that was not enough. On many occasions, the technologists and the radiologists and the professionals working on these machines, had only learned about these machines in books. They didn't understand the workflow. So what we started doing was 2-3 months before a customer was due to receive an equipment, we pushed them to hire or to send their professionals to sit in our facility and learn the software, learn the workflow, learn the process. Then by the time the equipment comes and the GE trainer is there, they're actually asking questions. They're actually, engaged and not feeling like they don't know anything, but really engaging, and the projects ended up being successful. This is really the main reason why GE in Ethiopia has a significant market share. Add to that, so the training is one aspect. The second aspect is, there are consumables. So I will use the example of, let's say, an MRI equipment. When you buy an MRI, you have to print the images on film. At least that's how it was on, 15 years ago. These printers that come, with the machines, they're specific. So you cannot buy any film, and the printers will not print, on any film. So that you have to buy a specific printer and a specific film, specific brand of film for that printer. And if that brand of printer did not have a distributor in country, then you are stuck. And if you scan a patient, but you cannot give the results, print film, and give the patients their results, that was as good as not scanning them. So we had to make sure when we supply a machine, we had the film that the results were going to be printed on, contrast media that the patients need for that is needed for scanning, the injectors that are required, all the consumables. So, and our business model turned into, we say we're not selling products. And that's why I like the Williams comment, because we say we're not selling products, we're selling solutions. Shamu would know this. When you sell a cath lab machine from GE, there are a series of consumables. You have to have the injectors, you have to have the stents, the pacemakers, the guide wires. There's a series of things that are required to operate a cath lab machine. If you just sell a cath lab machine and walk away, in our environment, a European hospital would know what's required, and they would have pre-planned and arranged everything. But in our environment, it was projects fail because all the required consumables are not available. Training is not available. After sales maintenance may not be available. Equipments fail because the expertise was not there to properly plan and ready a site for a specific machine. So what we did was, because we had set up these two businesses, we could see the challenges on both sides, and this worked out very well for us. And one piece of advice that I would give to any multinational coming and planning to do work in the African continent is one of your main marketing activities has to involve training and capacity building, just generating the demand. When the physicians are skilled on a given equipment, then they will require that, especially in the university hospitals. That the smart thing to do would be to put equipment, even for free, in teaching institutions, so that students graduating then have developed a certain level of comfort on equipments, so they can then buy and order the requirements. There's no lack of patients patients, I know we have a lot of patients, but it's also important that they have the power to pay for these services. Like I said, at least from Ethiopia, many patients are traveling abroad to different countries to receive care. And that care can be provided locally. And physicians are there, but they need, in addition to what they're learning at the medical school, they need the hands-on skills to use these equipments. And that is critical and fundamental to success in our environment.
Great.
Brooke,
Thank you.
sorry, Paul. Brooke, I just wanted to add on to that. And a mentor of mine once said, success in one country does not equal the same success in another country. And I think while we're talking about Africa, every country in Africa is so different. So a lot of, this is the challenges we face as well. And similar, like you now said with GE, if they take their approach in South Africa or their approach in Europe or the US, and they just employ it and say, this model has been tested for 20 years that works successfully in my region, I'm just going to duplicate it into another region. You can clearly from your example see it won't work. You have to adapt to each region. And this is what makes Africa so much fun. Every single country is so different. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
Can I just jump in there as well? And I would just go back to what Willem said earlier as well. I mean, all too often we find multinationals, they manage, the continent from South Africa. A lot of them haven't even been on the ground. They haven't traveled. They haven't experienced the challenges that the healthcare professionals or the patients or the pharmacists are actually experiencing. And how are they able to develop these strategies if they don't understand the challenges on the ground? They have to commit. And all too often we find many of the multinationals, they say they're operating in Africa, but all they're doing is actually, getting product into the ground, into the wholesalers. They're not creating the pull-through down to the patient level. And that cannot be viewed as success. We have to commit as companies. And I'll give you another example. In Kenya, we had a scenario, especially in the diabetes arena, where management at the government level, the turnaround on the nurses was 3 to 4 months. And that is why they were having huge challenges in terms of managing the patients effectively. So what we did was we put a PPP in place. We approached government, we approached the Nursing Association, as well as the Diabetes Association. And we put a program, an education program for the nurses over a 2-year period. Now, we were prepared to invest that money to ensure that the patient at the end of the day, and especially in the public sector, gets proper treatment. Now, the issue and the challenge, and a lot of the times, the government does not see it as well. If you have a quick turnaround of staff, which means that the nursing staff from the diabetes sector is going into the cardiovascular sector, you're not going to have a proper management of the patients. And if we were going to invest that money, we had to make sure that the government had to actually implement a policy that ensured that the nurses stayed in the hospital sector or in that department for a minimum of 2 years. And once they agreed to that, we were then able to invest and put that money, when we got down and we put an entire program together in terms of education to the nurses itself. And that actually went down very, very well. And I think, as from a multinational point of view, we have to look at these things practically, number one, and do it a lot more often if we really want to be successful.
Gemma, do you have anything you want to add to that?
I do. I'm actually glad. Thank you for bringing that up, Vinesh, because I really think fundamentally when we think about healthcare in Africa, and most of us being in the private sector and realizing that a large majority of the patients are not cannot access private healthcare for various reasons. And it's also not set up for scale. we have to start to consider more innovative models and also start looking at these strategic partnerships. The PPPP, the private public patient partnerships, are really fundamental to us as we look ahead. And I'm speaking on behalf of Medtronic for this, but also Medtronic Labs, as we think about financial sustainability as businesses. Part of what comes with capacity building and setting up the health system strengthening is the need to make sure that you're actually integrating into the health systems and integrating into the health systems in a way that ends up allowing for that sustainable access, but also sustainable financing. And the business models have to be very different than what we're traditionally used to. So this is where I think the PPP and PPPP approaches are critical. Being able to bring the governments on board to understand some of the health inequities, being able to give them access to data that they do not have today. I think this is one of the biggest pain points, is we understand we have a challenge, but we don't know how big it is. We don't know how to make decisions. And of the data we have, this is what we're sort of allocating, but in reality, more needs to be allocated, and we have to be able to support them in understanding the challenges from a numerical and economic perspective. So I think of it more in terms of hand-in-hand partnership as we move along, private sector playing their part, but at the same time collaborating healthily with the public sector and also obviously the civil societies and the unions to make sure that we have something that is practical, as you said, Vinesh, but also something that lasts beyond what we are doing as an individual company. We're building up the health system so that this is replicable. We are addressing some of the fundamental system challenges as a whole, not as one company or the other. So this is what we've been doing in Kenya and Ghana with PPPs, really working with multiple partners across the different sectors, but also trying to build it into the financing mechanisms that can be supported long-term as you think about healthcare for Africa, achieving our SDG goals. How do you ensure that the health system can finance it and it doesn't just come back directly to the patient who may not be able to finance? So we've been looking at that, building that into the national health insurance models, looking at tariff-based approaches. And I'm trying to answer a question that came on the chat too, but looking at different mechanisms, outcomes-based financing, where there is going to be return and you can actually justify the value of what's being given. So a couple of different things at play here, but really echo what Vinesh had kicked off with the need for PPPs and those type of strategic alignment.
Let me stick with you on this one because you and I talked about it before, and it is a question that came from the audience. Maybe one of them you're referring to. But the question is, the reliance on the private sector in healthcare in Africa raises questions about the exacerbation of health inequities as those with means get greater access to the scarce health resources available in African countries. How can this be overcome? What are the financial models that can be used to ensure access to the poor to these private sector healthcare goods and services? Jeremy, can you comment on that?
Yeah, and I was trying to
conversation we were just having.
Yes, and I was trying to touch on that a little bit, but maybe to dig deep, I think a lot of the health system strengthening aspects are really driven by the challenges across the various countries. And some of them have the same flavor, some of them are different, but they're system issues. And so we are not trying to propagate these inequities. And I think that is why, as a whole, we're trying to figure out the best way to do business effectively and build up. You hear a lot around capacity building. Primary health system needs a lot of investment, and we need to be able to figure out how to bring the health back to the community level. For every dollar we invest at the community level in an integrated health system, there's a return of $10. And that's heavily reliant on some of the community health worker models, community intervention models that have the bones exist, the structure exists, perhaps strengthening of some policies is needed, and then strengthening of the strategic partnerships in a way that can help finance healthcare and finance the businesses as a whole. So I would say there's a few different models to explore. We've been exploring direct service with government entities. we've been exploring co-funding and co-financing of solutions with other private sector partners. But we just started recently looking at results-based, that's what I was referring to, results-based or impact-based financing as well, so that there truly is, it's return based on a value that has been provided. But these areas of inequities have been fundamental to us, really. Even the fundamental basis of why Medtronic Labs was set up is to try and address that.
Willem, did you have a comment on that?
I think just listening to all the great comments made, I think the key thing here is a vision. One should have a vision for Africa and a vision for what you're trying to accomplish, and then that backed up by great leadership. And I think that's all the way from a multinational to a local company doing its local endeavors. And I think it's about that attitude of wanting to grow and wanting to improve. So if you look at all the comments made and all the investments made from all companies, it's clearly people that's got vision, that see something better for the African continent than probably what they are dealing with at the moment. There's a lot of external investment entering Africa. If you look at China's investment, I can talk for the SADC countries around us. I can just see bridges being built and railways being put in and harbors being built. So there's a lot of foreign investment coming into Africa, both serving probably, I think sometimes it's for their own needs and sometimes it's for real partnerships. Be that as it may, it's still infrastructure improvements that's coming in. But there is clearly that vision required and that leadership required. And I can really comment from a Convatec point of view, if I look at our CEO, Karim Battar, and Supratim Bose, the heads up our Global Emerging Markets division, they've got that clear strategy to say, you know what, we as a company, we are here to improve the lives of the people we touch. And that is a totally different mindset of selling product and trying to achieve our financial goals. So this is that soft approach, I think, that will make Africa win, is really to look past the quick wins and to have that vision and that strategy for long-term success. Thank you.
Yeah, and I also think, this session is on the business of healthcare in Africa, but that doesn't mean there isn't a role for other entities. And certainly the government has a role, and working closely with the government and public-private partnerships is one way to do that. And you can also separate the payment of services from the provision of the services. So the government can come in and pay for some of these for their own citizens, but it could be the private sector that is supplying those services. So there could be a relationship there. Another question came in. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the challenges associated with dependence and importing medical equipment and supplies on the African continent. To what extent are companies exploring local production? What considerations are needed to make local production possible? And, I would just add to that, the new free trade area that I know isn't necessarily top of mind for companies right now, but that seems like that would present an increased opportunity. If something is produced in Ethiopia and can be transferred at a low cost all around sub-Saharan Africa, that seems like it would be enormous potential benefit. So who wants to address this?
I can maybe just comment first, just as a short comment. I think the approach of many companies is to adapt their current production to cater for this market, not necessarily looking at local production. So again, it's getting that market entry and that risk associated with the local production. And I think to Brooke's point, to manufacture in some of these countries is difficult. Your core product might be easy, but the supporting products and access and supplies remains a challenge. So it's a long road to go to really get that going, I would say, in Africa, where I think a lot of companies are taking the approach to adapt their products wherever they are manufacturing it, being at Ireland, China, US, wherever, is to adapt the product to suit the market more so versus just the local production. There's also this risk, I think from a company point of view, that we are supplying products into Africa at lower costs to try and accommodate for the economic situation in the continent. And you have a lot of parallel importing from Africa back into Europe due to the price differences. So there's a lot of complexity when it comes into producing low-cost product in Africa. Yeah, thank you.
Brooke, you have anything to add?
Yeah, just I think I agree with Willem. It may make sense. Local production may make sense. This is maybe Vinesh can also comment on this. For example, reagents for laboratory equipment. So you're, the production requirements, the staffing, the technical requirements may not be that high for reagents. Those are the types of things I think would make sense to produce locally. You can just bring in the, I don't understand that area, but you're paying a lot of money for freight for where you can just bring in ingredients and actually develop the reagents. So there are some areas where that may work, but in terms of manufacturing equipments, will be a challenge. Assembling might be okay, where pieces come and you put them together locally if you're saving cost on shipment or what have you. Manufacturing, because of volume, not just because the economics, because of volume, a Chinese manufacturer may produce that item for a fraction of the cost and may not even be competitive. So there are many challenges in addition to power, IT, trained resources to work in the factories. There's a lot of challenges, but there are some products maybe that are simple to produce that may be candidates.
Let me push on that a little bit, just because, we heard earlier this week, and it's known that the working age population in Africa is going to grow significantly and be significantly, while other continents are decreasing. So the population and the market and the size is growing. And if we look at sort of the evolution I know of companies in India that tried to go in there years ago and bring their product and adapt it to that. And they ultimately whittled it down to a core element and then sourced other pieces, components of that product locally that gradually moved toward them manufacturing. So it seems to me it's likely at some point, it's a question of timing of when that might happen. Vinesh or Jamud, either of you have comments on that?
Well, that's interesting, Paul. I can just, in the last 2 weeks, I had a discussion with a company in India that, we're looking at bringing down the line onto the continent. And this is a defibrillator that is a hand-cranked defibrillator. Now, if you look at the challenges that you have around power, and we're having it more and more in South Africa, but in Africa in general, you do have these issues. It is these kind of solutions that we want to introduce into the market because it's real and it satisfies a definite need. And more often we find even beyond, the equipment and what Brooke was saying, there are companies that, are manufacturing locally and we need to support them. I think one such company is Cape Bio, that are able to or are manufacturing reagents locally. And we are supporting them as far as possible as a local manufacturer. And, once they are ready, we are able then to take that into the rest of Africa. If we're looking at, and there was also a mention of the COVID products, Aspen Pharmacare has, or will be actually manufacturing the J&J vaccine as well, out in East London. And hopefully, this is destined for international markets, but hopefully, a large proportion of that ends up in Africa itself. Now, in order to keep the prices, at a fair price, we have to get the volume and get the economies of scale. So there has to be an investment in these operations for us to be effective and to be able to be self-sufficient on the continent.
Shamu?
Yeah, I agree. And a shout out to Ashish from Giftronics, who shared a little bit of the hand crank defibrillator, because I think when you look at the unique needs of the African market and the the capability to actually manufacture some of the product, I agree. I think the volume does drive a lot, but there's also the need to actually make sure that we are leveraging what exists and is just needing the support in scale up. So this is an interesting area where innovative technology in the healthcare space, different types of solutions are actually on the rise amongst many of the entrepreneurs in the countries that we're operating in, but their capability to scale what they're locally producing is very low. And this is where I think there's opportunities for partnerships where you see the value of what they can produce, maybe just some connection to a manufacturing plant, support in certain aspects of their value chain. So I think there is definitely a need for local production of more and more of the medical and healthcare technologies, especially in this phase as we move beyond, with the challenges of the COVID pandemic. But there is definitely an influx of support in infrastructure and manufacturing capabilities that will need to come along with that. But that is where I think looking at who else can support that. And it was really interesting in the beginning of the COVID pandemic, where all of a sudden, with the influx of innovative solutions, we started seeing different local companies actually step in and start to produce needed components or needed systems. So it's been actually, I think there's a journey we're on here where we're also learning to repurpose what has already gone ahead of the health industry and other industries such as automotive to help us do more local production. I think we just need to keep focusing on that and not only focus on it in emergency times, but actually look at cross-pollination of the local manufacturing capabilities. And I talk to this more from a defibrillator and then also from a ventilator perspective when we started looking at local production of open source ventilators.
Great, thank you. So we have about 6 minutes left, and I want to ask one last question of all of you. And it's related to what we were just talking about, because there's been a lot of talk about the importance of training and the skills that are available both for distribution, but also in the manufacturing. And, I have always had high hopes for what might the future of this, because, if we think of what Chema was just describing, products that are specifically designed for Africa may be designed for Africa today, but we may discover that they are much better suited to serve more markets than just in Africa. And so the opportunities there could be significant. And, getting back to the population, the demographic changes in Africa and the working age population, that's both a challenge and an opportunity. I mean, there are a lot of jobs that are going to be needed in the coming years, but that also means there's a significant population out there to support manufacturing and service industries like this. So if you were, starting your career, within healthcare, what either business would you start, sort of industry, or what skills would you be focused on, just sort of given what you see about the future opportunities in Africa? Vinesh, let me start with you.
I think in terms of, I've been giving this some thought and I've been in discussions with a company, and usually a tech company. I think one of the biggest challenges that are facing the continent is basically, counterfeit drugs. We have parallel importation. There's huge challenges in terms of the supply chain and the integrity of that. And the one area that we're investigating is using blockchain to actually support the supply chain. And how are we able to validate product, from the manufacturer all the way to the patient? Because that is a huge challenge. We find in Africa as well that there are as many illegal pharmacies as there are legal pharmacies. And this provides a huge problem for illicit products to end up in the formal supply chain. Now, and there's a huge need, for example, for blockchain to be able to validate these products. So not only can these products be validated by the patient, but also track the product from the point of manufacture all the way to the patient itself, be able to check whether the product is being transported or stored even in the correct temperatures, so that when they are getting these products, it is of the highest quality. It's not a second grade product. It is not a product that is compromised with other ingredients. And we also find that, especially with counterfeit. But we need to be able to support the patients at the end of the day, because it is about patient safety. And those are the areas that I'm actually currently looking at. And I think blockchain will give a very, very good solution to that. So time will tell whether that's going to be successful or not.
Great, thanks. Willem?
Yeah, I think if I had to start fresh in Africa, what would I do? Finance, medical finance. I think all the companies I've worked for, we provide amazing products. But for patients to afford the technology has always been a thing that I've always think we've been hampered by. So I don't want to sound like a credit company, but I think if you were able to provide credit for medical aid, financing products in Africa for patients to have access, I think that would be the key thing. And if you could find a model whereby these patients can actually have access to it with limited risk to themselves and paying back that credit, I think that would be how I would approach it. And if I had to do everything over again, I think that's the market I would go in, because it's all about creating more access to healthcare. And I think a lot of companies and a lot of services keep on focusing on the deliverable product, but not necessarily the affordability of the product. So to really assist the patient, even if it's over a 10-year period, so they can go for that operation, their lives can be changed, they can be economically viable going forth in the future, and while affording it and finding that finance mechanism to provide that healthcare. That's something I would really want to investigate, and that's something I would, if I was starting out fresh with everything I know from the last 20 years, I think that's the key thing for us to access in Africa, is getting the financing right and the affordability.
Thank you. Jemu?
It's interesting because I also would probably do something very different. I would probably look at how to scale capacity building at all levels of the healthcare system. Really, it's such a fragmented service offering today, and nothing ties together. And in some countries, they've actually been able to figure out how to do this well. But I've seen across the board, when you look at different portions of the health system, all the way down to the primary and back up to the tertiary, and then looking at the different disease states and the technologies and the requirements and who gets what training, and are they able to cater to the patient needs? Do they understand how to operate equipment? Do they understand guidelines? To me, it feels like a big puzzle that we haven't solved yet. Yet we have a lot of technology that can actually help us figure out how to do this more efficiently and even in a remote way. So the virtual capacity building, in-person capacity building, service delivery would be where I would focus.
Great, thank you. Brooke?
I think I'm more aligned with Shamu. Telehealth, in addition, along with the capacity building, would be where I would start. The number of specialists we have, the number of professionals we have, compared to how, the number of hospitals and infrastructure is limited. I think technology can help overcome that. Telecommunications, IT, combined with devising protocols that are needed to provide high quality care for remote villages throughout Africa is possible using telemedicine and telehealth infrastructure. So I think that in fact, that is a huge area for Africa.
Well, thank you, everyone. And I think that gives us a good idea of how diverse the opportunities are that are there, and where all the different needs are and the different kinds of vocations one could be looking to go into. Jamu, Willem, Brooke, Vinesh, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It was a great conversation. And to our audience, thanks for joining us. This closes out the session for Thursday, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8. Thanks
Thanks, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.